Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
สวัสดีค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PMSL 2024 SEA Summers. I'm your host, Bo Bundali. Guess what? This time, we're bringing the excitement to Thailand within 24 teams, ready to ignite their passion. It's time for a brand new journey. In the last season, we saw Boom Snatch recover from the two-time champs AE. Now, all eyes are on AE to see what changes they will bring to reclaim their title. But let's not forget Vampire, our reigning champ from PMWI, ready to defend their honors. FaZe and DX have shown us consistency, but can they bridge the gap to the top? Yeah, started strong at the PMSL 2024 SEA Spring Finals, but faltered later on, making the Indonesian team strong back, taking all top 3 spots. Now, let's introducing 16 teams of the 2024 PMSL SEA Summers from Group A and Group C that they will playing today. Where adrenaline meets strategy and the ignite passion, the battleground. YOODO 2 for Malaysia. YOODO will be playing in this season. Will they be underdog rush out of the sea this time? Team Secret from Vietnam. Will they make it into final this time? MORPH team from Indonesia, 5th place of 2023 PMSL SEA Final. Runner-up of 2023 PMRC SEA vs PEL. Team NKT from Thailand, champion of PMNC Thailand 2023. Crit VIP for Malaysia, champion team of PMSL Malaysia 2023. TODAK for Malaysia, with changing in lineup. How is that team chemistry in this season? The Infinity Esports from Thailand. They are the champions of PMSL Southeast Asia Championship for 2022. VOIN Esports from Vietnam. First place of PMSL Vietnam for 2023. Boom Esports from Indonesia 2024 PMSL SEA Spring Champion. YOODO Alliance from Malaysia. First place of 2024 PMSL SEA Spring. Team Fresh from Vietnam, 8th place of 2024 PMSL SEA Spring. Outer IQOO Elites from Indonesia, twice PMSL SEA Champion, runner-up of 2024 PMSL SEA Spring. TALON Esports from Indonesia, 3rd place of 2024 PMSL SEA Spring. Vampire Esports from Thailand, twice PMWI 2022 champions. GEEK Fan from Malaysia, champion of PMSL Malaysia Spring 2023. PIGMY Esports from Indonesia 2023 PMSL Indonesia champion. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the Vampire team booth, one of the home country popular team to become champions of PMSL this season. We heard that Vampire have something to say with us. ค่ะแล้วตอนนี้นะคะเรากำลังเดินไปที่โต๊ะของ Vampire ค่ะ ซึ่งเป็นทีมที่ได้รับความนิยมอย่างมากในประเทศไทยนะคะและเป็นตัวเต็งในการคว้าแชมป์ PMSL ในครั้งนี้ที่ประเทศตัวเองด้วยค่ะเรามาดูกันค่ะว่า Vampire Stone มีอะไรจะพูดกับเราค่ะ
ก็ตื่นเต้นนี้ครับผมที่ได้จัดที่ไทยอีกครั้งนะครับและก็แน่นอนครับผมจัดที่ไทยทีมไทยต้องได้เป็นแชมป์ครับ
Yes Vampire Stone said he excited that PMSL has begun in Thailand again and now finally it's time to be champion in their hometown now. Wow, did you guys catch that? Vampire Stone is confident that this season's championship will belong to them with their home country. Let's see if they can make it happen. Now, let's see if our two-time champs, PMSL SEA AE, have something to say about that. Can they hold on to their legacy this time?
Bro, he's overconfident, bro. Although we come to Thailand this time, but you don't forget, Stone, that the Indonesian team is already 3-time PMSL champions, bro. And Alter Ego Arise take to the trophy. Remember that, Stone?
Oh, well, it seems the competition is heating up now at the 2024 PMSL SEA Summer. Will team from Malaysia and Vietnam finally break through and claim their first PMSL titles? And let's not forget the home advantage for the Thai team. Could they be surprise package this time? Get ready for jaw-dropping and underdog triumph as dive into their action together. Pastor, take it away.
Sawadee Krap! Welcome back to another new season of the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. We're in summer, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm super stoked to be back here, especially on the English broadcast where the league is happening. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Choo Choo, and we will be accompanying all of you this season.
It's been a while, I agree, Cloud, and it has been ages since we actually do have the on-ground for the players, which is going to be in the Thailand, and so far it's 100% winning when the tournament happened to be hosted by Thailand. So can they bring back the trophy after such a long time though?
Well, yeah, when it comes to Southeast Asia stage, yep, it's been a while since we saw Thai teams really put up a big performance. But who knows this time, like what you said, homeground buff is real with the Thai teams. Of course, we have a good amount of Thai teams inside of this tournament. FaZe Clan, the Infinity, Vampire Esports, XERXIA Esports, as well as Team NTT. But of course, today, among the Thai teams, the highlight would definitely be Vampire Esports. And of course, not only the team, but Mr. Good Looking himself is the one to open up the stage.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm loving his art on his hand and arms. But before we get into in-depth of the game later on, let's just have a glimpse of the grouping that has been drawn early before. We do have, as usual, 3 groups, but Group A will be TALON, YOODO, O2, MORPH, Infinity, Alter Ego, and KT, TODAK, and Roy.
Yes, and we have in Group B, BTR, PEA, we have a VOIN, XERXIA, RRQ, FaZe Clan, 79B, Xavier, and in Group C are the teams that will be playing today.
Yeah, when it comes to the schedule, we're already starting off, which is going to be the first day here today. 24 teams competing in the league stage, which comprises of 3 weeks long, divided into 3 groups. The group stage will be having round robin as per usual from Wednesday to Friday. Saturday, we do have the last chance survival stage, which is going to be the bottom 16 teams have to recompete to make it through for the Sunday.
And the groups will be reshuffled every week, ladies and gentlemen. But we are still going to keep with the sequence of A and C. On day 1, day 2 will be B and C, day 3 will be A and B. And we'll have the top 8 moving straight to the Super Sunday, but the bottom 16 will play the last chance, in which will determine the other top 8 teams that will meet with the first batch of top 8 teams in the Super Sunday to earn the league points.
Now, if you guys haven't got a clue about this format, we happen to be changing the format since last season when it comes to 2024. Now, after the league stage have done for 3 weeks long, the top 16, only the top 16 will advance to the playoff of the grand finals, where it will contribute to the entirety of the league year for their head start points in the grand finals.
Yes, the head start points, we have seen how important they are in the last season, so teams will really need to go for it. And of course, they're in this to win this. The $200,000 moolah is on the line.
Woo! It's getting more numbers than zeros down the cloud, and things get a bit heated up since day 1 for the second season of the year, which is gonna be this summer split this time. But when it comes to the point system, at least we still follow some of the old ways, which is gonna be a lot of zeros when it comes to the second page.
Well, when it comes to the page of matches, we will start off with Sanhok, play 3 Irangos in the next 3 matches, and we'll end the day with 2 Miraba. So the map sequence is going to be the same. However, the time that you can see here on screen is GMT+7. So wherever you're watching this across the world, you have to retune yourself according to the timing so you do not miss out on all the action starting from today.
Yep, make sure that you add all minus a couple of hours or an hour, because I think in South Asia it's gonna be just an hour plus or minus difference so far. But make sure you guys stay tuned, because we're gonna head into some very very soon now. Next is going to be the first map, and it's going to be the momentum maker when it comes to the entirety of the league here today.
Oh yeah, no room for the teams to drop any games at all. We have seen this format being played last season, and we saw teams who don't start it off hot, they start it off later, and they don't really catch up. So it is all down to the teams to make sure that their first game is as explosive as their last game.
And speaking of explosive, we're going fast and furious this day one. Everything is just swoosh away. But speaking of which, this season there's so many things that changed despite we have the same team competing with the last season. We are talking about the drama happened behind the scene, the off-season swaps and trades between the org and the players. There's a lot of shuffles down there, Cloud.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Honestly, one of my top transfer is from MORPH GPX to TALON, YOODO, the key guy of MORPH GPX for multiple seasons ever since they broke into the scene, and now he has signed his allegiance away to TALON, and I think that is a big upgrade for TALON Esports. But for MORPH, well, not too sure about that. We need to keep an eye on it. But here are the view of our amazing players, including GEEK Fam. Welcome back, Nika.
And finally, we'll be playing here today this season. Also coming up from the side of YOODO Alliance. Well, YOODO Alliance, they do have PIGMY for the IGL this season as well. They do have a lot for themselves to prove. But we do know for a fact there's some... not really too much of a difference for YOODO Alliance, just the rebranding of the logo. But other than that, Boom on the other hand, they do have... Coach Ken not being listed as sub anymore, but I don't know if the assistant coach Rhapsody really gonna play this time.
Yeah, I kinda doubt so, since their lineup is pretty solid. I mean, they are PMSL champions for a reason, right? But the team that came close to them, Alter Ego, now will be always the big question of whether they are still Rosemary Esports or have they found the balance in their team.
That's kind of true, but they do have a bit of update for Alter Ego. Just something that's very minor. We haven't seen BARUZ or his sub playing before, so they're removing completely this time. But for the start of Team Flash, now this is going to be another team that surprises us sometime. And coming up from the side of Team Flash, they do have a bit of rename for the players, which is going to be WOONT renamed as Batman.
Oh yeah, come all the way from Gotham City to save the day. Let's see if we can do it for Team Flash. Vampire Esports needs no introduction. They are the true bats in this tournament. Now with the homegrown buff, let's see if they can finally bring it back home from Southeast Asia to Thailand.
Now speaking of the overhaul of the players, we do have a major overhaul coming out from the Thai side as well. Now I'm not sure about the total lineup for all the teams up there, but Infinity definitely changed so much as well. But it's all talk and nothing else. If we don't see some actions going, let's head into our day one PMSL Summer Day 1.
And the heat begins, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 1 of the new season on the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. And the flight path is going to cut across the left side of Camp Alpha, and it will end on the right side of Camp Bravo. Keep your eye on some of the hot spots like Paradise Resort, like Boot Camp, like Ruins. There might be clashes of draw spot in game number 1.
I'm gonna have to give the credit for Level Up ID because it did give us a bit of update regarding the hot spot and drop spot regarding some teams that might be clashing. Surprisingly, Cloud. You don't see a lot of teams dropping around Bootcamp when it comes to this season, other than possibly PIGMY. But I have a feeling Boom might actually hover around. They might actually change it. First, second drop spot, who knows? But we might actually see something that's gonna be happening on top of Sami.
Yeah, just because the FaZe Clan is not playing, so Bootcamp is open for Boom Esports. But for Sami, like what you said, keep your eye on MORPH, and we have YOODO 02 in the lineup in Sami. And speaking about lineup, YOODO 02, Grado is playing. He was missing last season from the lineup, and this time he's going to play a big role to bring the team across. But Kid, making his debut for YOODO 02 in this tournament, got taken out. The first blood is given to MORPH.
Not the best debut coming up from the side of YOODO. They try to have a bit of a redemption. All of the Malaysian teams do want to have the redemption of this season. And while on the side of MORPH, we do know it's going to be a total different lineup entirely, except for Hazel, of course. But the rest of MORPH, can they work things out with this new lineup chemistry?
Yeah, this will be the question though. Lots of changes on MORPH as well, not having YOODO on their side anymore this time. And so far, lots of good new players as well. We got Flippy, we got Hawk, even Hazel as well still in the lineup. And they do have the man advantage against YOODO. Trying to find another advantage by knocking down Fredo. And now 2 more left for the side of YOODO.
Now, despite they don't have not just Yuri and Boo Boo who has, we do know these two, one of the best two were coming up from MORPH previously. Boo Boo already shifted into a different team entirely now. But they working out quite great for the side of MORPH. Feels like they do have a bit of a work that need a bit of polish, but it seems like they are working as a well-oiled machine. But whoa, YOODO, this is not great at all, leaving with only Jump allowed.
Okay, he gets one. With the DBS, this is one of the best clutch weapons around, but unfortunately, he's not able to get anything out of this. And MORPH eliminates YOODO, the first team to bow out.
Oh man, a bit of a hot start coming from YOODO, but back to us, more actions coming up. Crit VIP versus Roy Toss getting on one. And we do have a bit of trade between these two teams, 1-on-1 so far, but Newbies will revive one of his teammates. Will the rest of Roy respond to this?
Yeah, the rest of Roy right now not really taking advantage of their first knock, and that will allow Crit VIP to pick up Putra, one of the key players in their lineup, while Bill, the latest addition to Crit VIP, now making his debut on the Southeast Asia stage, will hold the line in front.
Speaking of Roy as well, they do have some major changes for their lineup this season. Now, Silence, Nguyen, Tuke, and Libby is not playing anymore, so they do have new player Jiminy and Noah. Can they actually work things out for their teams and lineup? They do have some loss early on, one of the player being trade. Not really a trade since they got themselves back up for Create VIP, having back as a full roster. Will they go for the fight or will they go for the flight?
Here we go, everyone wants to show us now. Hans for you with the DBS will simply knock Soas down and take him out. Rosemary will be happy to pick up that point.
Speaking of points, will they get more? Now, they're definitely trying to hunt for more here. We try to see if they can actually have a glimpse on Create VIP. Try to impose threat to a side of Roy players. But Roy players, seems like they're parting ways here. They've been breaking their formation. It's not great if no one wants to go for engagement. They have to go for a backup plan. Just go for a retreat, regroup, and reassess to go for another round. Just have to survive a bit longer. Well, Create VIP, will they just keep on hunting down or start to realize that they need to get more looting up, going for some vehicles probably for the next couple of rounds?
But they have to do that quick though, because they are about 1,000 meters away from the circle. Gonna spend too much time outside looking at their utilities. Looks like Newbies only has 2 first aids. He gets to share with his teammate, but 1,000 meters away in a small map called Sanhok, there's a chance of being gate capped by other teams if they come in late.
Nobody saw that. He tried to jump, but nobody saw that. Well, a failed attempt. But he's gonna be okay for now. They do score themselves some vehicles coming up from side of Create VIP. This is good news for Royce. They will try to tone down a bit, just to making sure they'll survive a bit longer. Just a bit of a glimpse, highlight or replay of what really happened to MORPH as well as YOODO. Feels like it's just really tough. There's a bit of taunting coming up as well.
Wow, turning up the heat in round number 1. MORPH celebrating the win against YOODO. And welcome to the blue. But should be having hope, though they have a vehicle, but it's an open top, and Roy will try to take them down.
Noah, kind of open fire a bit too early, trying to go for more. There's a bit risk, too much at risk for the start here for Roy. It will demoralize their spirit to fight for the entire day if they have the toughest start other than YOODO, of course. But Create VIP, they will go down and just pull over, going for the rest of Team Roy. Will they regret their decision? I have a feeling they do now.
Well, Newbies gets one of the Balak. Fires back. And now he tries to win that fight from afar, but he's pretty low on utilities as well. Jiminy, gotta be careful on the left side. There's Putra coming on to him. Everyone, eyes all on to Jiminy.
Despite they do have a new player which is going to be Bill on the side of Crit VIP, things working out quite well for them. Jiminy, on the other hand, have a lot to prove. It's going to be his debut in PMSL. Roy tried to fight for his life. The last remaining member there is not going to be enough. Too many players for one person to deal with.
Well, nice recovery there for Crit VIP to win the fight, and they still maintain all 4 of their players. Now it's just a question of them getting into the circle, but great start for Crit VIP, though they need to be careful of stage number 2, and the circle could go far away from them.
So the Crit VIP last season wasn't great at all, and they do have some major changes, which are going to go that afterwards. But the circle just shifted away towards the smaller islands. Possibly, if it still comprises all 3 islands, it's going to be tough for the teams to decide where to go. It's going to be crucial for them to pick the right island. I have a feeling Alter Ego might actually have a good start here.
Oh yeah, because it's a Camp Alpha-ish sort of circle, and that definitely is a big advantage to teams who drop there, especially Alter Ego, who always drop in the area of Camp Alpha. And now they will pick one of the best spots in the circle, which is the high ground on the Camp Alpha or on the Camp Alpha mountain. As long as they can hold this spot with the circle still, they'll put themselves in a good position.
Speaking of good position, a lot of teams try to fight their way out to go for the high grounds here. Do they make it on time? It's all down to the IGL to decide regarding the timing to migrate towards a better position here. GEEK Fam, on the other hand, well, are they actually letting Mika play? Yeah, he's actually playing. Will this be a big change for GEEK Fam as well?
Yeah, Mika has to play the lineup. He's such an important player in it. I'm glad to see him back in the lineup right now. So now it's a matter of putting in the performance and also elevating GEEK Fam back to their GEEK Fam-ish status.
At the same time, there's going to be a lot of pressure for Mika. If he doesn't actually perform, there's going to be a huge mountain crushing him from the inside. So I have to make sure he's always relaxed, calm and composed, just to make sure he can deliver what needs to be delivered down there. But NKT start to move themselves, rush straight into another team. I have a feeling that's going to be Team Flash, possibly. Yep, one which going to be firing on top of this mountain. They did score on NKT. Hope they're moving forward, but NKT got stuck themselves just nearby the shoreline.
Oh no, what a rotation by NKT into the river, and now into the process of Team Flash. But look at the elimination feed as well. TALON is fighting with the GEEK Fam. We just spoke about them, and seems like GEEK Fam, they are losing players. In fact, they already lost 2.
Batman, aka WON, do have a bit of a angle to work with. Well, we're back to a side of GEEK Fam. Mika not working out quite well, but at least he's got himself against TALON. Quite low health down there. This is not great, but Yoru need to reposition himself, but hardly get any visualization on the other side. Damn root fire back. They spotted out Yoru trying to flee from the scene. But at the same time, GEEK Fam, if they're not being careful, their teammate, they lost heavy casualty as well.
Oh, Mika, last thing of help. Oh no, this is bad, and Mika will be eliminated by the new player of TALON, Yoru. GEEK Fam unfortunately bows out with only 1 point.
TALON, they do have better chemistry at this point. They lost Linux, but that was a big trade coming up from that, a big win of that as well. But back to that NKT, they still stuck themselves at the shoreline. They're trying to just dock themselves, but it's just so difficult due to Team Flash having some tight grip towards the side.
NKT, kind of surprised that they are still A-OK. Stuck in the river, they do have this big boulder behind them as cover. And now we have TODAK as well going up against YOODO Alliance, the 2 Malaysian teams with Jimmy OP now down on his knees. The rest of YOODO Alliance will need to fight against TODAK, who has this high ground advantage.
YOODO Alliance, Leon Steezy, the new addition of this roster right now, trying to make a play, open up the space for the team. Here comes the Nate dropping off quite hot. But at the same time, the circle will start to shift once more as the Blizzards start to burn a lot of players alive. TODAK Lens, on the other hand, fighting for his life. Those DBS still going to be put up to work when it comes to this season as well.
Whoa! Door open and Lynx will land the final blow. TODAK eliminated the YOODO Alliance. And TODAK, though they got the 4 points, but they lost 1 player in the process. But it's still okay. Still a decent start for TODAK.
TODAK seems like the addition of the new player. Not really the new player. He's an old player, but from TALON. which are going to be links, seems like suitably work well for the entire team roster. Chemistry-wise, they are on the same wavelength. Back to a side of MORPH, who's just crossing themselves towards the bridge. I'm not sure if Vampires will sit this quietly or they attempt to take them down.
Also, additional fun fact is that TODAK has a new coach. From Aura before this. So, yep, new coaching lineup. Previously, was Xavier was helping them out. But look at the elimination queen, Hazel from MORPH, taken out by Tony K. Who has this high ground advantage. And of course, because Vampire Esports, they normally drop in ruins, they have easier access to the Camp Alpha Island.
Now, on the side of the removal of Mia and Voki coming from Crit VIP, there's also the insertion of Bill and Tilrak listed as the player. I'm not sure if Tilrak will actually play, but if he needed to, maybe he probably will play, because it's a very, very long league. We know this. There might be some issues or bumps in between to the end of the grand finals later. But back to a side of MORPH Zero. Now they are on foot. They hardly can get themselves not landing any sort of vehicles. This is not great for the side of MORPH. We saw how concentrated it was when it comes to the center of circle just now.
Yeah, this is where it all happens, right? Like Circle, Camp Alpha Island, Sunhawk, and all that small space. You see a lot of teams clumped up with each other. Even like Flippy right now, if he wants to move forward, there will be Vampire Esports in front of him. But Vampire, looks like they will position themselves to go straight into the circle and they will bump into Alter Ego.
Here comes the Titans clashing, and we do have Vampires knocking on the doors, but we do have Team Secret going against NKT at the same time. Back to the Vampires, picking up the windows, not the great rush that they hoped for. Entire team obliterated by the hands of Alter Ego and Team Secret.
Oh man, I can imagine the home fans crowd going insane right now. One crash into Alter Ego's compound and they got eliminated just like that. While MORPH JPX having the happier side of the story with 6 eliminations now.
Oh, thanks to Team Secret, they managed to steal a couple of points away as well, while the hard work being put in by the other team. But on the side of MORPH, we do see them running a lot this time. Finally scored himself a couple of vehicles, but the circle will shift. And this is going to be a tricky one as well, when dividing the circle into 2 sides, with the river in between. What kind of trolling circle is this?
This is a trash circle. What is this? This is only game number 1. And all the players have to overcome this other circle. Man, this is just insane. Look at the amount of teams on the outside circle with not much land to play with.
Oh, might as well just go for swimming at this point. Couple of players might actually just try to duck themselves inside or just take a bit of a deep dive. Might actually last longer than try to go for the land area for the players. But back to us MORPH, despite they having some hard time to land themselves vehicles, they're still being alive, but not so long, because Alter Ego and Boom seem to be the one closest nearby, and Yummy May never let his prey go away.
Oh, Yummy, as usual, the Starman for Boom Esports. Now put pressure on the MORPH. On the other side, Mesh gonna knock down the hook. And it's straight up the elimination. So it looks like the other members of MORPH, how are they going to come in? They are still on the outside circle though.
Oh, well, it depends now. Can they actually finally get in? They do got themselves a warehouse. TALON on the other hand. We do have a lot of Indonesian teams on this angle, don't we?
Oh yeah, we got at least 2 that we see on screen now. And probably
4.
on the Camp Alpha Mountain, there is Alter Ego waiting. But for MORPH, they resort to getting into the water because they already know that there's not much of a ground for them to play with. So they have to go in there, and unfortunately they put themselves in a situation that they cannot pull out their weapon.
Now, speaking of weapon, Batman is going to be the Gotham guy coming in with a very white outfit for the teams. Infinity will taking out Team Secret. On the other side of a map, well, here we go. We get to see Team Secret, despite they got a couple of steals just now. Infinity, on the other hand, will go full blow towards the side of Team Secret. That's being left with only 2 players here.
Good lead by Drunken on the other side. The Infinity now needing to get into the circle as well. Same goes for Team Secret, who used to be Team X before this. Now GK, TPP's out. Sees someone on the other side, so he knows that even though he gets into the circle, it's not going to be an easy round for them.
We do have still got Tony and Logan playing for Infinity. The rest is going to be a different lineup entirely. Half of the lineup coming up from Infinity. Can they work things out? But oh boy, here comes the circle again. Alter Ego already positioned himself in the best place possible. But the circle, they shifted to a sort of boot camp. They have to fight for their lives here. Infinity, they barely got any space left. Have to force a fight against Team Secret. But they will try to take out all the shotguns. And it still worked this season, the DBS.
Well, there you go. DBS is definitely still in the game. And for TODAK is in the game as well. 5 eliminations currently dominating. Now we move on to Team Flash fighting against TODAK. Spray coming from Guang, but not able to land enough shots to knock down the members of TODAK. As Tam now rushes in, he tries to get a close quarters combat with now with Molly. But he uses his shotgun to get his dog, winning the fight against Team Flash.
That's going to be another one bites the dust. While we're talking about another 9 remaining teams in the very tricky circle. It might ended up on top of bootcamp, or we just hard shift away in the very last minute. Who knows? But the rest of the team that's still on top of Camp Alpha need to leave. It's a dire need for them to just leave ASAP as soon as possible. Crossing the river isn't the problem, but they can't even cross. One by one, Infinity being picked off from the sides.
Now Alter Ego picking up PMSL Esports. Alpha from the high ground. Go for it off Razy. They're looking for more now. Hunts for you. Takes out Tiger from the Infinity as well. So looks like Alter Ego. They're managing 2 teams at the same time. Wow. Another player from PMSL 50 knocked out on this stage. Barbit who knocked out by Alpha. Leaving only Yummy alone. And it's going to be a straightforward spray by Alpha.
Alter Ego make it look so easy that it feels like the openers just now just giving their body away willingly to a side of Alter Ego to score themselves 10 elimination points now. Despite not having Rosemary quite early on, they lost Rosemary just now. But Hans Foyer and the rest of Alter Ego, this is what we've been looking for Alter Ego. Last season always starting off with only Rosemary to carry things out, but this time things working out pretty well for Alter Ego.
Yeah, and now it's all about consistency for them if they can work things out with or without Rosemary in the lineup. First round, so far, so good for Alter Ego. 2-night champions of PMSL. And circle time! Now, it's time for Alter Ego to overcome the circle to get across.
Speaking of getting across, another team trying to just go the other side, which is going to be Infinity as well. MORPH feels like they are sitting ducks. Alter Ego can they cross over to the other side, to the side of boot camp, where they are on from Camp Alpha all the way across the river. They have to divide and conquer for Alter Ego. If not, things will not work well. But lucky enough for them, they do have enough manpower to do that.
Oh, here we go, long range spray by Misery, but
wait,
hang on a second. They're sharing buggies. I see what you do there, just to heal up themselves. Okay, I see that.
Sharing is caring. Sharing is caring.
Yeah, they definitely have love for each other, not only outside the game, but also on the inside. But looks like Logan is still there, and it's a matter of who docks themselves first, I guess.
Maybe he will let things go for a bit, given the fact that Logan will let him stay. But speaking of Logan, Rat Face the one will finish him off. Another team down. We're down to only 6 teams. They're more on the other hand. Spot out Alter Ego, despite they got himself just a little bit of space to have a bit of recuperation inside of the deep waters just now. But Zero, his turn to prove himself in the season. There we go. Easily shot a straight line and can finish off with a 2-point.
Oh, Zero shot at Zero. Gotta be careful. While Hunt for you comes to the blue. Octa with 10% of health, he will heal up. But he has to go up to the high ground right now. Zero is the one stuck at below, while Talon is holding his high ground strongly.
Talon, Pygmy just passing by out of nowhere. Pygmy suddenly just popped their heads down here. And Misery tried to stop the rest of Alter Ego, but he's a bit too eager if he tried to focus on what's in front. Cannot tunnel his vision away. He needs to divide himself just to be aware about his surroundings, because Pygmy is trying to hunt for the kills.
Here we go, shots fired by Alpha to finish off Ita for TODAK. Eliminating them at number 67 eliminations, and now Alpha shot at by the god. Looks like FGT. Team on the shot, firing back, but Octa is there to follow up.
NKT, the god, didn't get it. Back to the side of Alter Ego. They scored himself quite early for a good point this time. PIGMY still having a full squad, the only one in fact, while the others not so much. Alter Ego remains with one player, with TALON, with a trio. That's going to be the last of Alter Ego. They lasted long enough with 12 eliminations. Who knits a chicken if you can sport one?
Oh yeah, well, what a hot round they're having here. But let's see who scores that chicken dinner still. Talon, Missouri will be taken out. We got Billboard here from the outside. We'll take out YOODO, and with that, one of those new blink and defensive moments. And even for them, they'll be like, "Got the chicken dinner? Oh, we got it! High five!"
I missed that moment. I was drinking water just now. Things gone. PIGMY don't even breaking any sweat. And you know what? That might be just the tactic that they need to do. Stay quiet and they win it. Let the others go for the fight and let the others battle each other out. They're just peacefully getting the chicken away.
Yeah, it was one of the most peaceful chicken dinners that we have seen. And it didn't even feel like it's like, oh wow, he does this, he does that, gets the chicken dinner. It's just like, oh, you have a chicken dinner? Oh, great.
That was an action-packed first map of the day. Everybody just want to, mark their territory, just showing off their ferocity in the game as well, just giving off such a good vibe and such a hot game of Sun Hockey. At the same time, there's so many teams drop themselves way early on, including YOODO too.
Yeah, YOODO too, the first team to be eliminated without a single point. As much as the change of lineup for them, looks like the first round wasn't what they would have hoped for. But it's only game number 1 for YOODO 2. We still have a couple more games to go after this, and like all gamers say, it's only first game and maybe it's a warm-up game for them, but it's definitely not a warm-up game for PIGMY.
Now, PIGMY was last season rookie team. Now coming in, they are also the star rising team in the last season. I have to say they are now experienced enough to have to go through such a pressure. Now, it seems like a bit more calmer than last season as well. Jupranki, Tana, Troll, and Billboard. Now, when it comes to the division of damage, it seems like everybody just pull off their own weight.
Yeah, I mean, damage received, just looking at that as well, like a very, very minor damage received. Seems like they have a pretty much a chill moment. And I guess that's also because of the circle. They actually went to boot camp. But look at the other teams now. Alter Ego, Talon, PIGMY, and MORPH up here as well. So this is also lineup according to how many points that they collected. So despite PIGMY getting that chicken dinner, they are still behind Alter Ego and Talon in terms of points.
They hardly get any sort of eliminations just now until the very end for the side of PIGMY. They decided to just play as the neutral party. But on the side of Alter Ego, despite being just slightly a bit early on for the finish just now, they still scored quite a number of eliminations. But we're just going to replay in case you guys missed the highlight. This is going to be the first game of this season.
here is the match rankings for game number 1 of the new season, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego coming in with 12 eliminations, the only team with a double-digit eliminations up here. And like what you said earlier on, who is placed on points if you can get this many eliminations? So it's 16 points total collected by Alter Ego.
And this is a rare sight to the team that actually scored themselves the chicken to be pushed down towards the 3rd place. And this is, I don't know if this is a prize for the start of the season. All top 4 teams in the first map here today, all comprised of Indonesian teams. It just shows how strong they were in the last season and how much momentum they want to start off when it comes to the summer split.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and even their points are not too far away from each other. But on page number 2, we do have teams like Team Secret, Boom, surprise to be down here, but then again, it's only game number 1. But there are also a couple of other teams that did not receive any points at all. YOODO Alliance, a surprise team who did not gain any points at all in game number 1. Roy is down there as well, and also YOODO O2. 3 teams without a single point.
Still the first map, we want to cut them some slack, but we've seen this before now. We saw how Boom actually scored himself the championship last season due to the points that contributed so much in the grand finals. So every single point since day 1, they have to take it very seriously. Between the head-to-head of the players, we have Hans for you who performed so much here today.
Yeah, 7 eliminations, and they played majority of the round without Rosemary. Still able to come up with that amount of eliminations. Imagine if they had Rosemary in the lineup, what could they have come up with compared to Zero, who's the star man for MORPH as well. 4 eliminations on his side. Obviously damage will favor Hans for you because he got 7 eliminations anyway, and those are the stats that matter.
Now speaking of stats, last season when it comes to MVP 2 weeks in a row in the 2nd week and the 3rd week of the spring split, Rosemary got himself the MVP of the entire season and the last 2 weeks season of the last 2 weeks MVP as well. When it comes to Slingers, you have to give it out to a side of Alter Ego with that performance just now. Double-digit eliminations since day 1.
Yeah, double-digit eliminations. That is a big whooping statement in this tournament. But here we go. We're going on to Erangel, the classical map. Now we saw a great performance by the Indonesian teams, top 4 Indonesian teams, but and they remain consistent or not in a map that is very, very familiar for all these teams.
Now, things going so fast and so chaotic, we don't really have time to have a bit of a backstory between the teams and players just now. But at the same time, when it comes to Boom Esports, just a recap, they were the last season champions. Can they score another where Alter Ego want to get their hands on? Even though they don't have a straight hat-trick when it comes to all the season as the champions. They did get themselves a back-to-back last year. But at the same time, when it comes to Boom Esports, the recent PMGO, they got themselves 7th place. At the same time, this happens in Thailand. Now, can Vampire finally bloom and blossom when it comes to having their own, country buff and their homeland to be the buff for them that hosting this season's PMSL? After 5 years of not having any tournaments or the offline of South Asia in Thailand, can they finally get that trophy? Because they are so good at PMWI, they are very good at globals. But when it comes to South Asia, they're just not really there.
Yeah, somehow that has always been their kryptonite for some reason. And so what happened, we have Batman here. Batman versus Superman, I don't know. But I do believe in the home ground buff, right? So despite Vampire Esports not getting much out of game number 1, same goes for NKT as well, another home ground team. But it's only game 1, and PUBG Mobile is about consistency and it's about coming back in the following rounds. So that is where they will be looking forward to doing, and seeing everyone's familiarity and a lot more space to be played inside of Erangel. I would expect a better performance by Vampire and also NKT, the home teams.
Now, at the same time, we do have our talent prediction, and we didn't even justify our talent prediction yet. For my talent prediction, I'm going to give it out right now because we might actually don't have time. So for me, for the first day of the league, I honor Boom as the last season's champions, Alter Ego as the back-to-back champion. So this is going to be like, we honor you due to your performance previously, and also Vampires. It's going to be the team that perform well when it comes to the globals. On your side, how do you justify your insights here, Cloud?
Well, of course, without a shadow of a doubt, right? Like Boom Esports coming out of a championship winning lineup, and they also kept the same lineup as well. So definitely them. Vampire Esports, I mean, they are a global powerhouse team. Just that Southeast Asia seems to be like kind of like a bait, but because this time they're playing on their home ground, so I'm kind of hopeful that they can put in a good performance. YOODO Alliance has always been performing at the big stages as well. It was just towards the end, maybe a little bit here and there, and their only gap is to secure a major trophy. So YOODO Alliance, one of those teams that I would say can put up a consistent performance as well.
Yeah, I agree. When it comes to Vampires and Boom of this season and this year, by the way, despite that Boom got himself the championship of Southeast Asia and they got himself 7th in PMGO, whilst Vampires didn't score so well when it comes to South Asia, but they got better performance compared to Boom in the PMGO recently, which placed himself 3rd. It feels like a very different gameplay between Southeast Asia as well as the global scene. Now, do the Vampires actually just gonna focus on the globals instead of South Asia, since they're not really, kind of not qualified for that, because they do have what it takes to go for the globals in the first place?
Yeah, they absolutely do. And speaking about the globals, there will be slots from here to the next World Cup, Esports World Cup, ladies and gentlemen, which is a new rebrand of the previous PMWI. So technically it's the same tournament, and of course Vampire Esports, if they want to do that, they have to do the business here before they're able to qualify on next. So this tournament will also be a very important one, not because only that they have not got a trophy in Southeast Asia yet, but they want to get a third time around streak in the PMWI series.
Yep, that's true, which we call as PMWC in Riyadh later on, which this tournament will seed off to depending on their placement. The first to the 4th place of this season will get the group stage seeding in the PMWC in Riyadh, while the 5th place will go for the survival stage, which can be a bit more grim, a bit more fight and grind later on. But in the end of the day, it's always starting off as day number 1 there, because we do know the league point will contribute so much for all the teams out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've seen last season that some teams, they almost got it. Well, talking about teams like Alter Ego, almost got it. If not because of those league points, if they got a little bit more, then maybe they would have overtaken Boom Esports to be the champion. But yeah, that is all history, ladies and gentlemen. But that just shows us that with that sort of format that's presented to us, and last season was the first time that we played this sort of format, this season, a lot of learning for these teams to not drop the ball, even though it's at a game number 1.
I think it's a bit more forgiving compared to the previous one where we had the Super Weekend. Right now we do have a Super Sunday, but at least we do have a last chance or the survival stage for them to have a bit more second chance, example, to go forward towards the Super Sunday later on. And speaking of the Super Sunday, and so far, I think every player cannot slack off even a tiny bit because of the Super Sunday format, so they have to push it all out since day 1. And also, we didn't actually update you guys yet. Today, the group that they will be playing or have been playing is actually Group A and C. We didn't even have time to say that just now.
Yeah, so Group A and C. So if you're wondering where are some of your favorite teams, like Sem9, like BIGETRON, yep, they will be playing again tomorrow in Group B, ladies and gentlemen. But now, we have more players on screen. So TALON with Yoru in the lineup. We'll be having a decent round, I must say. But again, it's a very, very tough circle as well. So I guess if you want to evaluate their performance, you gotta be fair the fact that the circle was insane.
I personally feel like it's kind of unfair for us to evaluate the players for the entirety of week number 1 due to how many teams have major swaps of players when it comes to this season, the best time to actually judge them and evaluate their performance might be actually on the second week, because they might actually need more time to have some chemistry being built up for the teams to just strategize themselves as well against all the teams that do have different dynamics that which are going to change the entirety of the scene for this season. But before we get into the game later on, I do want to shout out for our friend, our caster friend Max, and happen to be dropping by early on. If you guys want to know a bit more updates regarding all some nits and bits, and especially when it comes to EU and America scene of PUBG Mobile, don't forget to drop into Maxman content because he will update you guys there.
Yeah, it's a global connection, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, you can get your dose of PUBG Mobile globally and everywhere as well. And if you, in case you just joined us for this game, maybe you're just back from work or something, yes, the stats are down there, ladies and gentlemen, just to give you an idea of how this team has been performing. And we've only played one game inside of Sandhawk so far. And so far, so good for the team. And you can see here on screen here, Alter Ego. Though, we have not yet seen the best of Rosemary.
He kind of being eliminated early, but I was super happy, honestly. Despite Alter Ego, you do know everybody just lean towards Rosemary. Everything is just Rosemary. We do know he's not being underrated or overrated at all. He's pretty much deserved with all the mouth chanting off for Rosemary because of what he played last season, the very last minute. It got me teared up in the very last minute and the very last day as well. But speaking of which, I'm happy the fact that Hunts for You now carry the same weight as much as Rosemary did back then.
Yeah, Hans for You did the job in the absence of Rosemary, and he pulled off a great performance for him to be the top eliminator in round number 1. But I also want to point out some of my observations during the off-season, since we do seem to have some time. So in the off-season tournament, Rosemary, sometimes he played the fragger role, but there were a lot of times that he played the support role as well. So I had the thought of like, why are they doing that to Rosemary? Why are they putting it as a support role in the off-season tournament just to try things out here and there? And I had the thought of like, maybe that's to train other players to play as a fragger role in case of Rosemary's not there. And looking at the result of game number 1, it seems to be working out for them.
I'm loving that. I love the fact that you actually note that out and actually shared that with us. That's a very valuable information, by the way. Thank you so much, Sir Cloud, because this kind of gives us a different view of Alter Ego in a different angle entirely. If they can train all the other 3 players, starting off with Hans for You just now, just can be as good or even better than Rosemary perhaps. Now that's going to be one team that all the others should watch out for.
Yeah, so keep an eye on Alter Ego this time. They might have fixed whatever their issues were in the previous seasons, where they might be over-dependent on Rosemary. Now, the one fix that we are still waiting for is Vampire Esports, as you can see here on screen. When or how are they going to be the kings of Southeast Asia? They have done it in PMWI. PMGC, yeah, that's waiting as well, but technically PMWI is kind of like PMGC, so you can still kind of get that global claim. But Southeast Asia, arguably one of the toughest regions in the world of PUBG Mobile, this is where they want to conquer as well.
Now, that kind of giving me the vibe the same, just like how BTR Red Aliens used to be in the days where the Tachibana twins, Luxie and Zaxi, was still in BTR with Microboy during that time, where they scored so much in the global scene, but they have such a long time to just take the trophy for South Asia. This is the same history repeating, but this time it's just towards the Thai teams here, which could have been Vampires.
Yeah, and I know a lot of eyes, a lot of pressure on the Vampire, but that's also because FaZe Clan is not playing today, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe Clan will play tomorrow, and I believe they will receive the same reception because, yeah, it is FaZe Clan. And of course, with the high fives going around, we'll be starting our game real soon with PIGMY, the team that got the first chicken dinner. They'll be looking to get more out of today.
And speaking of more, we saw how much action we witnessed just now. It was a big, huge mess. A lot of massacres and a lot of fights in between when it comes to a very small map of Sunhawk. But when it comes to Erangel later on, will we actually do see a league clashes? Possibly. High chances we will be, because it's the first day in the league.
Yeah, day number 1, teams might still be eyeing other teams as a drop spot, trying to tussle it away from them. So it could happen again inside of Erangel. It's not a hot spot, of course. If you gotta think about it, very pure. It's interesting. 7-9 is not playing though, so the drama between 7-9 and GEEK fam, have they settled it? What I heard is that they have, and 7-9 is going somewhere else. But we'll keep that again for the days to come when they will be in the same group. But choo-choo, looks like we're gonna buckle up and we're gonna head on to our flight. Here we go, Erangel.
Definitely already buckled up. Now buckle is off because somebody gonna jump off the plane as we start our first Erangel, which gonna be the official league of the PMSL Summer Split. Now speaking of, you mentioned our very peer before. That was last season drama for GEEK fam versus 7-9, but I heard there's another new drama when it comes to this season between 7-9 and another team.
The green color team. YOODO Alliance. Oh yeah, absolutely. Though I personally think it's for content, but yeah.
It was fun.
It's fun content, right? Like we always enjoy these sort of taunts and tussles between the team. That's just like what we saw earlier on Alter Ego, taunting Vampire Esports during the start. Though that could have been better well done. Maybe they're warming up to that taunting too.
You know, when I was hosting for last season, the arena is just so much taunting for the players and so much weird sounds. Even the crew was saying, here goes, the zoo starts again. Up to that point, that was just how loud the players are. Speaking of loud, they definitely are loud with their guns here, which is going to be Roy versus TODAK.
Go, I heard the gunshots. But looks like, okay, we're back onto it. Looks like NKT's around the corner as well, but look at the elimination feed. Iftar taken out by Tusk. TODAK, the moment they landed, they got eliminated. What just happened, TODAK? Only 1 point this time.
Well, speaking of which, at least they scored 1. And it's not ending up with a 0 on the side of Creative VIP versus Vampires. We did mention about Vampires, and it has been so long, Cloud. We actually do see early skirmishes on top of Pochinki here.
Yeah, so Pochinki, maybe we will see more fights with the two teams still locked in with each other. Normally, it's going to be Xavier dropping here, but obviously Xavier is not playing in this group. So happened, two teams thought that, oh, Pochinki is going to be open. Let's fight then.
Speaking of fights, no shots, no first contact made yet between Vampires and Creative VIP. I guess both are trying to gain information before they start to move or any actions being commenced later on. But we do have YOODO too. Another tough start here as 0 finish off. Boy, I have to say, MORPH do get themselves a very good fragger for themselves for this season.
Yeah, taking out Ade Boy. One of the new talents or new blood for YOODO Alliance, for YOODO 02, sorry. And overall in the world of PUBG Mobile for Southeast Asia as well. And of course we got the OG player, Fredo, playing for YOODO 02. Now taking this rooftop stand, raised onto the right side, but the Micro Uzi is not the best weapon in this sort of range.
You play and you work with what you have, man. At this point, it's just scarce for the looting for them, since they're sharing with two teams with one compound here right now. MORPH Hazel and MORPH Zero managed to score another one, but they have a bit of a trade done here between YOODO 02. Heavy casualty on the side, leaving the OG, the veteran players of YOODO 02, Fredo and Jumper. It's been a while since they worked together. Can they work things out again?
Yeah, the duo that did it back in the day with YOODO Gang. Let's see if they can do it now. It's going to be a tough call though. It's 2v4, 2v3 at this moment. The numbers don't favor them. And also, they are not in the circle. They are still within Severny. Circle not too far away, but still, when the blue comes, it's still in the blue means in the blue.
Well, we're going to have a bit of time. Two teams happen to be shy. Just shyly greeting with the smokes and couple of hand grenades here and there. MORPH. This might actually be a very long fight between these two. MORPH and YOODO, maybe not so much. They figure out where he is. Hulk going in. There comes the spray. Going down on his knees. And Hulk just going for the prone, leaving only Jumper left.
And now they know where exactly Jumper is at. Hazel is going to go on to the Amanda Church where Jumper is waiting at the rooftop. They toss across, but not going to be able to connect at all onto Hazel. Zero joins in as well. 2v1 for now. Waiting for one more player to join in.
And Jumper, not waiting anybody to join him in. At this point, there's nobody else left for him. What can you do, Jumper? Jumping around, trying to hide himself, but there's not much space and room. Another team that's going down early 2 times in a row. YOODO to really need to work out regarding their drop spot here.
Well, yeah, and their early fights as well. I mean, 2 times in a row, early fights have been lost just like that. But we move over to another highlight here. TODAK eliminated, but we saw how Roy got it onto them. And also, GEEK fam, they lost 1 player by that spray from NKT.
It's a lot of early skirmishes due to the first day of the first week as well. So everybody trying to mark their territories and fighting for the compounds they're really dying for. But on the side of Crate VIP and Vampires, seems like a bit of a hold, a bit of a... I say just a bit of draw between those 2 teams. A bit of a stalemate, nothing much happening. While on the side of Roy, they did lost 1 player early on. That they're trying to figure out how to move for the next one. If they're a bit later, if timing is a bit off, just a tiny bit, it's going to be done for Roy. Because they're trying to go for the mountains and all the small hills around here somewhere.
Or at least they got themselves this decent spot on the outside of Pachinki. So knowing that Pachinki, there's probably another team, so that's why they are like kind of chill for now out there. First for Team Secret. Speaking about chilling, they are still being chilling in Novo, taking their time to make their rotation. So they're about 1,400 meters away, and will there be teams blocking them at the bridge? Probably not, unless if VTI is playing. VTI tends to like do that, but since they're not, then maybe Team Secret will have an okay access to the main peninsula.
Speaking of the main peninsula, things have been a bit silent, a bit quiet for now. Sorry, Pandemonium. I don't forget about Jason. Thank you for dropping by. If you guys have no clue, Pandemonium, just check things out. You guys can just hear about the updates of the west side of PUBG Mobile to its Pandemonium, by the way. No, I don't forget about Jason. I miss Jason. It's been a while, of course. But back to us a game. Hope you guys are doing well there. Maxman and all the boys and all the girls up there as well. I miss you guys. Hopefully we get to see each other soon. Maybe in Riyadh, who knows? Cloud, can we go Riyadh?
I'm gonna ask the banker. Clearly, I don't hold the bank. If I hold the bank, I'll be bringing everyone there. Everyone, including all of you guys out there watching, because you guys are awesome.
Oh man, if only we can have all the crowd with us like once upon a time. But the flight, I mean the tickets to us are so expensive, by the way. And it's gonna be 11 to 13 hour flight from here. Hopefully we get to go with... I wish to go back to Middle East one day. But we're done with our stories. Infinity! Now this is going to be a team that trying to revamp themselves this season. After they lost Mela, they giving Mela to another team previously. After that they lost their spark. It feels like they're trying to find that spark once more for Infinity.
It has been multiple seasons ever since the original roster left the Infinity, the one with Nuzi, the one with Mela, in the same lineup. Ever since then, the Infinity was not the same team. A lot of major overhaul needed for the Infinity, and I guess based out of game number 1, they did okay 4 points, but you know, they still haven't got the spark of the Infinity of before.
Oh, I kind of miss the old Infinity. It was crazy those days. They were fearless, they were reckless, but now, I mean, everything will meet its end, including Turney there. That was a brutal way to go as the first day of the league. But you know what? They will try to get whatever they can get for the teams.
Oh, of course, whatever it takes to get points in the pocket. And again, it is Alter Ego securing that point. Easy run over onto Tony K. Not to be confused with Tony K, ladies and gentlemen. They are two very different players. Of course, from Thailand. But speaking about Tony K, we got them and his team on screen. And because the circle is somewhere in the middle of the map, so Pachinki will still be held down by these two same teams.
Now, I do have one wish for the grand finals. If if PUBG Mobile people are actually watching here, I do want to see a show match, which could be TDM, between two players, which is going to be Tony K versus Rosemary. Because the previous season has always been Tony K for the FMVP and top fragger. But when it comes to last season, things have been changed recently, which is going to be the era of Rosemary coming up. Between these two players, who actually is the king of fragger?
Well, maybe it's Tony K because he got a knockdown onto Jiminy. And now Valak is kind of low as well. Healing up using his only first aid. Tony K, that was a long range shot. So they kind of helped Boom Esports from afar. And Tony K is not able to secure that point just yet. Instead, we can see the pickup happening. And it looks like they will reset, though, with Tony K interfering.
We do hear a couple of nades being dropped once more. Francie is a bit erratic, but he found himself way to the side of Roy, and that's going to Valak down. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Boom didn't even waste a single second for that one.
Yeah, and with that, Roy, look at the minimap. They will leave this area. They got to get away from Boom. They got to get away from Vampire Esports as well. And Roy relocated themselves into the edge of Pachinki. Now, having this house for themselves, they should be able to be holding. They should be able to hold this house for now. That is until maybe things come by.
And Roy really have to play this super safe. They didn't score so much when it comes to the first Sunhawk map just now. Now leaving with only 2 more players left. At least he scored himself a 4, but a bit low when it comes to the health of the players. Now on the side of Alter Ego, just passing by Infinity, greeted warmly by these guys with the sprays of the guns just now. We can hear the rifles singing over that side. But MORPH, well, they are coming up from ruins. I think that's going to be a very clear path towards the center of the circle, just going up from the northern side.
Yeah, that's a crazy rotation there. Tagging the blue to come back into the circle, avoiding all other teams in the middle, playing it super safe for more. And understandably, since they only have 2 players left, they don't want to take any risks, and they're going to play, probably going to focus on the play some points.
Now, speaking of points, and KT will actually just give his points away to a side of Team Secret, who just aiming for more. Team Secret, who used to be Team Axe previously, now rebranded themselves into full Team Secret for this season. So was and the rest of their body will try to go for more. They're planning to go and rush to a side of NKT, but being stopped by YOODO Alliance right on top of that hill. But they're leaving and might actually just try to go for a longer rotation to get into the circle.
Oh, Mika just got knocked. And GEEK fam is not picking up yet. He's still bleeding out. And he'll be finished off by Guang from Team Flash, losing one of the key players. One of the members of GEEK fam currently kind of low as well. But on the outside of the circle, we got YOODO Alliance here and Team Secret next to each other. We move over back onto Alter Ego. Pretty okay in the circle, but position compromise. And Octa gotta be super duper careful since he's alone on the other side.
Now, I did heard the podcast come out from our Indonesian caster El Dogi, one of my very dear brother. He did mention about Octa is actually a high valuable player, be a bit underrated. From my perspective, I agree, because he's kind of an overall very good player. He can do whatever that's need to be in. He's the filler for the team. But speaking of NKT, Team Secret will try to shut them down, while Rosemary now starting his beast mode.
Going up to the high ground of Pachinki, one of the key areas in the circle still. Whoever conquers this high ground will have a good advantage to oversee the rotation of other teams nearby. Mr. Joe still calling up for help, and his teammates, it's going to be hard to pick him up. If they go for him, they're going to be shot down, and GK will finish up that job and secure that point for Team Secret.
Instead of YOODO Alliance marching in, they got himself safely landed towards the compounds nearby, just touching at the rim of a circle, while the side of the others are still fighting for their own life. GEEK fam do have this high ground. This is going to be spicy if YOODO Alliance will try to take out on GEEK fam. We're lucky we don't have 7-9 here today, but at the same time for GEEK fam, this is the season for them to prove themselves, the redemption. Compared to last season, they have so much of loss They need to come back for this one, but they already lost Mika and Audrey way early on.
Yeah, the two players that is key to GEEK Fam unfortunately eliminated. And circle-wise, gonna move away from GEEK Fam as well. Now the heals of Pachinki is no longer valuable. So they have to get away from here. But Vampire Esports placing themselves on top of the abandoned church just above Pachinki. Great spot to be in with the circle.
It's quite a rare circle, by the way. We don't have a lot of Northern Pachinki sort of the circle of past few seasons. But speaking of Pachinki, it still holds some value on slightly half of the town, the northern side. GEEK Fam taking the trenches, going in, but Team Secret is thinking the same thing. They might actually clash into each other, bomb into each other quite early. Creep VIP in trouble if they didn't spot out. The players being spotted out by the side of GEEK Fam. They're being watched by so many eyes out there.
Yeah, look at how colorful the minimap is. Everyone wants to get into Pachinki now. On the outside of Pachinki, we do have YOODO Alliance. They're coming through the hills of Pachinki on the left side. But because it's not in the circle, it's no longer valuable. But GK tries to get in. Snipes! Caught him out and GK eliminated.
Back to its side, Damroot. GEEK Fam very separated amongst themselves here. Lost two players early on. Damroot just gonna go solo YOLO all the way. Spot out Soas right across him. Here comes the Nate, tossing it out in a couple of seconds, but they see him first! And the Nate chipping down to only 60% of HP left. Oh, he couldn't even pick out for Damroot.
Oh man, and now Damroot, how is he gonna get out? Look at the amount of teams in front of him. He has a nade, but I don't think anywhere or anyone is close enough for him. Okay, let's see how far can he go. Oh, they trade nade to each other, and Damroot got him. Wow!
Oh, he got himself some revenge. He tried to take me down and poke me out, but YOODO Alliance. Hello, Batman.
No, JMOP rushes in, and he says hello, and he takes over this warehouse out of the hands of Batman.
He needs his Robin. He couldn't work things out by himself for that Batman of Team Flash. But speaking of Flash, we do have a Corn, not a Robin, but at least a Corn that tried to make a bit of a redemption for the team. YOODO Alliance did take themselves a warehouse, eyeing over towards the side of Team Flash, and KT will have the fight against VIP, and it happened to be kind of smashed down and hammered between the two teams here for NKT. They're stuck and sandwiched.
Yeah, NKT among the other teams. Look at where they are in the minimap right now. Vampire Esports on the high ground, and in the city, that's Crypt VIP. So they're kind of stuck between the two, like what you said, with only two players left. And if they want to take fights, it's not going to be that easy since they don't have the numbers. But look at the elimination feed as well. Yoru gets 1 out of 4.
Speaking of NKT, once more to go. Here comes a nade flying over, just gonna duck down and back to the side of MORPH. Separated on top of Ruins. Now TALON will try to smash down on Hulk. Hazel trying to buy more time, but that's gonna be the loss of them. And bad news is they're being eliminated quite still early. We still have 12 teams in presence of 13. They don't have any points for the placement.
Well, let's see who will get more points after this next circle, because it's going to be huge. Since a lot of teams are playing by the rim of the circle, and when the circle goes, it will bring a big impact to a lot of these teams. Now, circle goes into the middle, and all these teams on the outside, look at them, all ready to come in.
Coming in with a nade, Jabranki managed to just negate those damage away with the height, and that with those barrier, which is going to be the Dacia right across. Mokta on the other hand being shot from a farm by IQOO is going to go in for the rush. A bit of a trading, 2 knocks. 1 for each between PIGMY and Alter Ego. Rosemary managed to knock on one down. That's stopping IQOO from rushing forward by taking too much risk, taking too many bullets, while Infinity spotted out TALON on the other side.
While TALON is the one on the outer side of the circle, they will need to find their way through against the Infinity. Infinity holding their ground in this crater. They can still move in a little since the circle is behind them. Not going to be a big issue for the Infinity. The bigger question is for TALON. Are they going to take the fight head on, or are they going to rotate somewhere else? I guess they're going to take the fight head on, because if they rotate somewhere else, they could be shot down while they travel.
Well, they already tried to box them down to a sort of Infinity, and they got a bit of a crate in between them. If they're not being careful for TALON, this will be their own bane. It's going to be them regretting their mistakes. Yeah, Linux try to take as much damage and try to hold on at the same time. But lucky enough, they spot out Logan. He's on the ground. Tiger Axe down. Beazery tossing another nade. A bit of swap of nades. There's a nade galore this time. Couple of players swapping in and out for their knockdowns, while Infinity leaving only got Tony to do all the job.
Oh, now got Tony all alone. Yes, get out of this area. Talon firing back. Got Tony praying that he's able to make it into safety. And got Tony so fast, so good. Goes up the Tiger, still being shot at. Got Tony praying hard. Oh no, not in this area.
Where to run? No, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The moment he just climbed up the small hill, vampires were trying to shoot him down. Got Tony now, really, literally hanging on to his life, hoping nobody will spot him out. But at the same time, that vehicle will expose him away, while Alter Ego is on the hunt. With Tim Flash taking on Pygmy and Alter Ego at the same time, Pygmy cornered down to a 0.
Looking to collect more points out of the scenario. NKT holding their ground with the god defending his compound, but they gave away the information to Grid VIP. I approach the into the compound, shooting onto Vampire Esports, managing to at the same time while preparing for the next stage of the circle.
Here comes the shots coming up to the side of Tony K. He managed to just hide himself well. Vampires, you know this terrain so well, they're abusing it at the same time. Trying to pick and slowly try to take down, chip down the HP of the players beneath them one by one. While Vampires taking on Roy, and KT might be their next target. Same goes on the side of Crave VIP and GEEK Fam. But the God and the rest of NKT still stuck here for the longest time. They still managed to survive while trying to loot up around the death boxes laying around them somewhere.
Yeah, but Grid VIP is closing in onto them, so if they want to loot, they gotta make it quick. Cannot expose themselves out in the open, but we have about 5 more seconds before we see the next phase of the circle. It will be huge for teams like Grid VIP, Vampire Esports, as well as NKT, and the circle went away from them.
2 times in a row now, Alter Ego always got themselves the circle, and the last one and this one as well. If they can secure the southwest of this circle, they actually will end up in the top 5 once more, and that will actually push themselves number 1 regardless of they got themselves chicken or not. I'm not sure about the elimination so far, but we get to see a bit of Boom. They scored 2 eliminations, and Boom on the other hand getting himself quite an entry, which can be a clear path to the center of the circle. But look at the southern side. Vampires, Crave VIP, and KT, Infinity, and YOODO lines all on the southern side of the circle.
Well, all the best to get to the circle, Choo-choo, for all of them. How close they are. And at the same time, Vampire Esports, they do have like at least a player within the circle that will provide double fire. But look at the elimination feed right now. I am prone, dated down by Spider Dan. Timothy knocked out as well by Shrubs. Vampire Esports doing their work with Tony K as well.
And speaking of Boom, Tony K, where is he? We don't see a lot of Vampires speaking too much, but they keep getting those eliminations from the sidelines. They're playing it smart. They're hiding themselves well while taking the opportunity whenever they have the window to open fire. While on the side of Great VIP, have to get out from the blue zone. They cannot revive Iron Pro. Too much at risk. While Putra try to fight himself into the center. Vampires now taking on Iron Pro, stealing away from the abandoned church on top of those hills.
Now, Great VIP from the full squad, leaving the Putra alone within the circle. Boom Esports joins in onto the high ground where Vampire Esports is at. This is going to be the clash of giants, ladies and gentlemen, between the two big boys here. But TALON from afar just has to put in.
And Tony K finally got knocked down, but I don't think it's a problem for Vampires picking back up. TALON, Yoru, here comes. You mentioned about Yoru being the most valuable player for TALON here right now for this season. Can it actually fare well here with this lineup? Vampires on the other hand do have a solid compound, but will not be there for the longest time, since they will have to leave soon either way, as stage 7 later on will not comprise of this side of a map.
And GEEK Fam bounce out at number 9 with 4 eliminations. While we look at the blue, moving on to the SM circle. Anytime soon, Spider Tan goes down to gold. And Nuzi went down, Shush went down as well. Looks like Vampire Esports falling apart. But the team that fought apart before them is going to be NKT, eliminated number 8. But the team that's doing well right now, YOODO Esports, 5. They are dominating and make that 6.
Two Thai teams going down back to back. And KT, I respect them. They're holding on so long despite being sandwiched by so many teams early on. But here comes a team that used to be the champion, which was going to be the last season. Champion Boom having some struggles to keep the boat afloat. While Create VIP portrayed is going to be the last player surviving for the side of Create VIP. Same goes for the side of Infinity. There's going to be solo player remaining. While Boom do have a duo, Yummy can revive and try to divide and conquer at the same time. Tunny, on the other hand, still lost so long, despite he was running away from all those wars early on.
Look at this, high ground frenzy now has the upper hand against the VIP below them, and it's plus TALON. Nice long range spray by Frenzy to knock down Linux. Red face from off angle on the other side of the circle. Now he does not have a vehicle, so he has to track in to the circle by his own. Boom Esports in a similar situation, but at least they have one player in the circle as a marker.
They do have the numbers, so it's not impossible for the side of Boom to just bulldoze themselves into the center here, which they're planning to do. So dropping the nade to the side of Infinity and TALON at the same time. While YOODO Lions do have those rocks to take covers from. The couple of rock structure will play so well for them at the same time with this overexposed field. While Yummy May do have those high grounds, but the problem is he can't spot them out with this curvature of this geography. Right now it's not working out so well for Yummy May. But he doesn't have any more utilities on his hand. Inside of his pocket, there's nothing left that's zero except for his gun and his weaponry. That's it. That's going to be only the rifles to put up all the work for the side of Boom.
Yeah, and it also depends on who gets the circle advantage. But I just looked at the movement of TALON. They made the first move within the circle. So now, speaking about circle advantage, they do have it against Boom. But when it comes to terrain advantage, Boom still has the high ground, so they can still cover themselves from TALON. Still A-OK for them. But on the other side, we got YOODO Alliance, who knocked out one of the members of Boom and got 2D. It's the one to steal away the point out of Pondbit.
There's a lot of fights on top of this hill. We do spot it out. Boom, one player out, leaving with only the last player remaining. A lot of solo players. And when it comes to Boom and Infinity, got Tunny still survive, regardless of how much longer he can actually wait for that. A couple of nades might actually flying over his side. We didn't actually say his name just now because we might actually jinx him. He got finished off, but at least he got himself a top 4.
Well, speaking on the top, now we have top 3. Alter Ego is still in the game, ladies and gentlemen, together with TALON, as well as YOODO Alliance. 2 teams are in Asia, and the Seoul Malaysia representative YOODO Alliance, all of them in circle. But we see on the minimap a lot of movement here by TALON, and it looks like they're going to put focus onto Alter Ego.
Hans for you, going aggressively into as a side of a flank, going for the offside. I'm not sure about Red Face, but I have a feeling he got a hunch that there's somebody's watching over this side, which can be Alva. Red Face trying to open up the space in between, but YOODO Alliance is moving at the same time. Now, if Alter Ego sits on their hands, it's going to be trouble brewing up for them.
Go Hans for you. Looks like a good angle from Rosemary here, still active in the lineup of Alter Ego. He'll play a key role. Oh, a little bit of a bumpy car there. YOODO Alliance don't do mistakes like that. It might cost them big.
Speaking of big, the one that actually holding the big angle, Alva being finished off just now. They lost one of the off-angle players, which being knocked down, leaving Alter Ego into 2. Now YOODO Alliance and TALON both squishing and just boxing into a side of Alter Ego. Alter Ego being cornered up so hard they barely got enough room to breathe. Another one knocked down, leaving only Rosemary to do the job, and that's going to be the splat!
By Jimmy! Splatting Rosemary! And now it's between TALON and YOODO Alliance. The YOODO Alliance with the higher advantage against TALON. Standing on the lower ground. But TALON, they do have a good spread though. Both of them in the circle and we're moving to stage 9 soon.
It's going to be a 4v4. This is going to be the perfect ending that we'll be hoping for all this time when it comes to the first in wrangle in the entirety of the league here. First day of the league, in fact. YOODO Alliance versus TALON 4v4. Can we see the best of Red Face? And can we see Yoru fitting into TALON for this season?
Oh man, both of them still active, but look at TALON's eliminations. Already 9 eliminations for TALON. While on the other hand, YOODO Alliance on the other side now, they're making their move. The circle will start to close. And we're talking about stage 9. But the circle will close entirely. Jimmy will gather information. And now, he has a chance to get across, but Red FaZe in the off angle will shoo him away.
FaZe, I miss the reckless Red FaZe here, but his utility is running dry at the same time, leaving only one molly and one flash. That's it. All that he can do is just going in, just rushed. And while on the side of YOODO Alliance, barely got any covers. Quite an open street even, but they do have enough to cover themselves. At the same time, smoke's been popped up. Now Yuri, he will try to boost himself. That means the only thing that he has in his mind right now is going in for the rush.
Here we go, Linux trying to hold his ground, but he's on the lower ground, so he does not have the vision against a YOODO Alliance. But one player of TALON opening up the off angle. We can see that Linux is trying to do something interesting from the side, and YOODO Alliance might not know that he's there. TV is still circling around, trying to bait out the members of TALON, but TALON not falling for it yet.
Trying to bait all the players. Position for YOODO Alliance, spotted out Misery, but didn't spot it out there. Flanks first, Yuri drop a big one. That's the green light. That's the entry. Will they go in for the rush? Not yet. Oh, they spot another one. Yuri finish off Olio. This is the time. Plays a finish off Glue.
Yo! And at the end of the day, TALON scored the second winner in this season PMSL. And look at what Yoru did. That's why he is one of this season.
He deemed himself worthy to stay in TALON alongside with Red FaZe, one of the most aggressive player, one of the most arguably aggressive player when it comes to Southeast Asia scene, and he can be up to par with that opening, that one hand grenade that just broke the tension between them and YOODO Alliance. And I have to say, Yuri deserving our MVP here within the very auspicious number of 888.
Yeah, 888. And also lucky number 7 eliminations, throws used also 17, damage received 170, 7 everywhere, 8 everywhere, auspicious numbers for Yoru, who's making his debut today for TALON and showing why he is one of the most sought after players after his playing time in MORPH GPX. What a player here inside of TALON. I'm sure the Indonesian fans, the TALON fans will be excited to see him coming up with more. And of course, he is Don, the MVP.
That was a golden nade to toss over by the side of Yuri just now, winning them this chicken dinner. And not just that, they've got himself quite a huge number, high kill volume of those eliminations. A lot of headshots coming up from this side with equally just going in for the numbers when it comes to his body, lower body side, and the headshot as well. But when it comes to team play, I have to say they are building up a chemistry that's pretty much can go for the championship this season for TALON.
Yes, and besides TALON, we do have a YOODO Alliance as well up here. Alter Ego's there, and Boom Esports comes in at the top 4. But Juju again, out of the 2 rounds that we have played, out of the 8 teams that could be in the top 4 of the 2 matches, 7 of them taken by Indonesia.
Quite an interesting start here when it comes to the league first day. Speaking of which, 12 eliminations. The only team with a double-digit plus the chicken dinner with 22 points. I have a feeling Alter Ego have to know the fact that they do have a very tight contender, a lot of good contenders this season.
Oh man, I absolutely agree. It's really, really exciting now. Though we're only 2 games in, but we're already seeing some amazing plays now. Other than that, the Thai teams are still somewhere there as well, hopping around, floating around. The Infinity, Vampire Esports, and NKD just next to each other when it comes to points collected. But on page number 2, PIGMY from scoring a chicken dinner. No points at all this round.
Well, PIGMY is a team that need a bit of warming up to do. We've seen that before, but when they actually start their engines, when cylinders all out, they will be really hot to handle by the teams. But the one that's concerning for me is the trend of YOODO, just like how they did in last season. Feels like having a rough start. Hopefully it will not be the same ending as they did last season. But Alter Ego being pushed down, Cloud and TALON taking the number 1 spot.
Well, TALON after 2 amazing rounds. Look at that placement points. 16 points there with the most eliminations as well. And other than that, MORPH is there, PIGMY is still there, and BOOM is there. Basically 1 to 5 is Indonesians. And that is all the Indonesian teams in this round, all stacked up each other.
And where are the remaining 2 Indonesian teams? They are in a different group. So tomorrow they will be playing as well. But on the side of the second page here, the teams are still ended up, at least we don't have a 0 for the start of the day. Everybody got some points. The least is going to be YOODO with only 1 point for now.
Yes, and YOODO gotta find their footing, especially with the 2 games that they played. Both of them very, very early fights in which they did not win. Probably going to consider to change their drop spot after this. If they still want to contest for it, fine, but they need to make sure that they are able to win fights.
I agree, and speaking of fights, that's going to be the primary objectives for all the teams and players when it comes to this season. I mean, yeah, the chicken do offer a lot of perks, including cash and also some points when it comes to the most points of position, which can be 10 points, but it will not be enough if they don't get themselves those numbers with eliminations. But when it comes to head-to-head, I'm loving this. YOODO versus Rosemary.
Oh man, what a big comparison here. And of course, based on the previous round, YOODO coming in with 7 eliminations and 888 damage. What a auspicious number. Rosemary, he played a little bit longer this time, but only came out with 2 elimination points. But it's okay. It's all in the team total points collected at the end of the day.
But we do notice same sort of pattern, and when it comes to Indonesian teams, they're coming in more stronger than they did last season. For day number 1, TALON, BOOM, and Alter Ego. The names have been repeating itself. It feels like TALON is following the footsteps of Alter Ego and BOOM, like how they actually performed last season. But hopefully TALON can keep up the momentum and just constantly getting these numbers up.
They do face a tough contest from the other teams as well, because we do see the rise of YOODO Alliance at least in the previous round. But ladies and gentlemen, in case you just joined us, the first 2 chicken dinners taken home by Team Indonesia, with PIGMY getting the first one and TALON getting the second one. Now, will Team Indonesia dominate the entire day? We're going to start match number 3 real soon.
But at the same time, I'm not surprised we ended up with all Indonesian flags waving in our recap of all the maps here today, because of just how aggressive they can be in the day number 1 of the PMSL Summer split.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised as well. I mean, it's every round they will get like what, the top 4 Indonesians, top 5 Indonesians, and now they are already stacking up in the overall charts, including Boom Esports somewhere there as well. So they are showing to be still the dominant force of when it comes to an entire region in the world of PUBG Mobile.
There's no stopping them. I mean, like the community itself from inside of Indonesia, I love how the community is being so supportive. Not just that, the entire scene of the competition. And when it comes to Indonesian side, everybody is just having healthy competition amongst themselves here. Now, despite they are, how do I say, they are foes when it comes to the game itself, but when it comes to their friendship in real life, they do appreciate the most. So, I do love to see like how they support each other whenever they're like the other teams are actually being demoralized or being down for a bit of their performance. And I do see a bit of Doggies and Bro Powter's podcast, by the way. And I love how he mentioned this for Aldogi especially. He spoke about the players were a bit stressed. Sometimes they're not being played or not being put in the main roster, right? They're being benched out. So he told the players that you have the right to speak up by telling your coach you want to play, but the coach will decide whether you play or not. But if you really want to perform and you feel like you're ready, you should speak up. And I feel like that kind of burns the passion for the players in Indonesia to really push themselves to be the best.
Yeah, that could be some of the cultural differentiators. Maybe across the region, maybe across teams. Well, that is to be dissected in a longer form, I believe. That is definitely the I would say the working relationship between the two roles, right? The coach and also the players, on how they want to work things out at the end of the day. And every one of them plays an important role. It's not only about one side saying, okay, do this, and you have to do it without any question. And on the other side, it's just doing whatever they think it is without getting or accepting feedback from other people. So it works hand in hand. And I do like that sort of perspective and approach as well. And that is definitely something important to be learned, I guess, from the other teams, especially maybe even for other regions.
I agree, because it's something that, you know, some sort of a breakthrough that needs to change. If you want for yourself to be better, you have to give extraordinary effort as well. That's how you get to be the champions of the world, which we didn't actually score when it comes to the PMGO last one, which I think the Japan team's Rejak actually surprises us with the last minute performance as well, getting themselves the championship right. So when it comes to Riyadh later on, first thing first, we have to go through South Asia Summer Split. When it comes to Summer Split, have to get towards the Super Sunday. That's going to be one step at a time, which is going to be tough for the teams like YOODO O2. There seems like still lost without any compass, just like how they did last season. Now, if anything needs to be learned here or mistakes to be taught, it's going to be YOODO O2. Aren't they making the same mistakes again?
Well, on the surface, they did change Fredo in, but Fredo, he has been away for quite a while. Now, not to say that the impact is because he's been away for a while. I felt that, well, because the first two rounds, they caught up with another team in a drop shot clash. So when it comes to like decision making and also analyzing exactly where for them to start off their game, it is something they need to really consider. If they are very confident, I'm sure they are, but if they can win early fights, then so be it. But if they clearly cannot after the two rounds, I mean, it's back to the drawing board now.
I agree, because when it comes to the players that have been rested or taking a long break, things will not be the same anymore. Even though it's just one season they will miss pretty much like a 10-year loss within that one season. That's just, even though it sounds very short for one season, but it's just how long it will impact the players' performance regarding their flexibility, regarding their reaction, regarding their chemistry, regarding their sense of game, which is going to be very heavily impacted when it comes to this tournament. But let's not waste any more time. Back to Irango.
Back onto Irango it is, ladies and gentlemen. And as for our discussion regarding YOODO O2, let's see if they're able to do something different this time. Of course, Sanhok is only one game, and that's fine. They'll probably fix it up again tomorrow. But for Irango, it's been played again. So let's see, are they going to repeat the same thing again, or are they going to come up with something else?
Now, we might actually being branded as hypercritical at this point, since it's quite early for the first day, but the first step of everything will set the tone for the rest of the day and the rest of the tournament. It's just how important the first of everything down there. But speaking of which, Clown, we did have quite an unusual circle, which was north of Pachinki. Usually it's going to be south of Pachinki, or the right side, or the south of school. But we do have in between ruins, and the last one was Pachinki. And today's circle has been very unpredictable.
Yeah, especially the Sanhok one. That was insane. That was crazy. Yeah, that was out of this world. But speaking about circles, we got a middle circle earlier on to get whoever got Pochinki. That's pretty cool. But this time, I can see a repeat inside of Pochinki. We're going to see again Crit VIP as well as Vampire Esports. But this time, without the circle, so they must end the fight.
Do have a bit of Northern Circle pop just a tiny bit just now. Only a couple of seconds for us to have a glimpse on the side of Crit VIP versus VPE. Now, VPE, they had quite an early skirmishes just now against the Crit VIP, but it happened to be a stalemate till the end of it due to the circle shifted towards the side of Pochinki. And this stage right now, we do have a Northern Circle 0 to none for the chances the circle to end up in Pochinki once more. So Crit VIP, they will want to take this fight.
Yes, Crit VIP, they're on the northern side, and Vampire Esports is on the southern side. So who has the better amount of loot? I guess it's kind of 50-50 between the two. It's just that individually, Crit VIP seems to be moving around the houses a little bit more. So they're probably having a little bit more loot than the members of Vampire Esports.
It feels like Crit VIP, they want to go for the fight, but due to the silence treatment shared by the side of Empires, not giving away any information at all regarding the position, kind of making Crit VIP a bit hesitant to go in for their advance towards Vampires. Now, Vampires, they know how to play the silent game when they need to. On the side of MORPH, we did mention, and early on, Zero has been at his best performance when it comes to day number 1. Sublime even for the side of Zero, but the rest of the team, Hazel now trying to catch up with his teammate. But YOODO too, this is the opportunity to make something out of this.
Yeah, another early fight inside Severny against a MORPH. Round 2 between the two of them. But this time, YOODO 2, at least they still have all their players. Now, it's all about overcoming MORPH. Since MORPH, they should have the mentality upper hand.
Speaking of upper hand, they don't have that much utilities. Not even the grounds even. Hulk do have a couple of smokes, while YOODO too, I'm not sure about their utility as well, but barely got enough, I guess. Hopefully their bullets will sustain enough. I'm not sure where is the fourth player of YOODO 2. We both actually have a bit of tongue twisted between those YOODOs. But MORPH Hulk will take the front line. They have very little amount of utilities. Feels like nothing to be connecting, and it feels a waste at this point.
Well, let's see if the waste will be able to turn into something of a reward with all those days, probably forcing them to push back maybe, or at least mentally scar them. Now Adipo is going to send one across as well. Up onto the second floor, it does connect out to Flippy, but Flippy is not knocked yet. He is damaged though, but he can easily heal up.
You can see the nades flying. Frederick just closed the door at the perfect time. Hazel going for the flank, and their bullets not so much. Level 1 of gears. Don't have running dry of their utils here. Nothing to toss around anymore. No more hand grenades. It's either go for the fight or just go for the flight again. Helmet not even on, kid. They barely got enough gears. Not even completing their loot yet for YOODO 2. Well, on the other side of MORPH, they do have better gears than they do compared to YOODO.
Yeah, they had more space to play with if we look at the overall space of Severny. So now what is actually holding them all back is the fact that they have the circle. So they have the time. They can take their, well, basically take their time, and they're not pressured by the potential of the blue arriving on them anytime soon. Unlike the previous round, they did not have the circle, so they have to make it fast. But now without the circle, now with the circle, then that's why we see a very different pace this time.
But it's painful to watch. To watch. If it happened to watch is another thing. Yes, they might actually wash those people out, because more Flippy going in for the rush. Might try to flush them out. Going in with a shotgun as well. Now they need to wrap things up quickly, because the circle happens to be on their side. There might be another team, but Adi boy! Oh, he's running around the bullets! He doesn't have a secondary weapon, down to 7! He managed to knock on 2!
Oh, now YOODO to fighting back on the MORPH. MORPH only left with one player on the other side. Now they're going in for the rush in onto Hazel. Hazel all alone, and YOODO finally won their fight clean.
Oh, with very low bullets. At least they got himself a couple of upgrades with those gears laying around those death boxes. It was really nerve-wracking ending just now with barely enough for his Scar L. I mean, like, that was incredible. But on the side of MORPH, that's going to be detrimental. Even that's definitely a wake-up call for them not to underestimate the enemy just now. But on the other side of the map, we do have some teams migrating over towards the northern side. And at least on the north, I think Savannah is only going to be that 2 team, right? At least now they finally can peacefully loot themselves up for the side of YOODO.
Yes, finally. And with the 4 points, they multiplied their points by 4. But for Vampire Esports now, looks like they have it up ahead against Grid of VIP. With the 1 knockdown, that is a signal for them to cut across to find the other members of Grid VIP. Iron Pro now down on his knees with Putra behind him.
Comes another nade flying over, but not clearing anybody inside of that compound. Tonic is just being careful. We're trying to find for the one that big knockdown early on, which is going to be Iron Pro. Crit VIP Bill now responding. They all will regroup towards the knockdown members, but will it be too late since it's quite far from them? Well, Putra fighting and just knock on finish off Tony K. A clean execution of that with those DBS.
Straps now with the nade. Sending across onto Putra. Straps is pretty low. He does not have any healing abilities as of now. But Newbies, wait a second. Wait, Newbies. He made an Iron Pro.
Sabotage. Well, that's the case here. That's the only one that we can think of. Traps! Oh, that nade just making it so hot to watch on Crit VIP. A perfect execution, even a Kobe at that. While Straps down to only 20% of HP. Heavily injured for both teams. Heavy casualty even for Vampires. But still they're being eliminated as the Blues start to creep in. But Crit VIP, no time to waste. Another party coming in already, which gonna be GEEK Fam.
Man, that was crazy. But GEEK Fam, are they passing by? Or are they gonna stop? Really? In the blue? Do they really want those points that bad until they are interested to stay in the blue? And look at how far the circle is. I mean, GEEK Fam, they seem to want it. And they are willing to shred their health in the blue.
Due to the circle, it's going to be right on top of Stalber. Roy already got himself right on top. While we talked about GEEK Fam just now, will they try to force it out or not? We have to wait and see. But Team Secret, they're the furthest one away. While the other teams will start to fight into the center, I think Team Secret just managed to leave SMB during that time. I don't expect them to come nearby the circle anytime soon.
Yeah, taking the time from Novo, then regular drop spot. Lucky enough for them, BTR's not playing. But not so lucky for Crit VIP. From one team to another now, GEEK Fam, just as when you thought that they might want to let this go and focus into the circle when the circle is that far, but nope. They still want the points out of Crit VIP.
For Crit VIP, they barely had enough, but lucky for them, they did score themselves those boxes before. They're fighting against MORPH previously, but they just didn't wrap things up a bit sooner. If not, they already leave this compound by now. On the side of GEEK Fam, they're not willing to jeopardize regarding their position in the circle. They will leave now, despite they spotted out the players of YOODO. That's going to be a lucky day for YOODO to leave for another couple of rounds or couple of stages. But we might actually have another skirmish here, Cloud.
Here we go. On this high ground. And we do have Team Flash here preparing themselves for the incoming Infinity. But looks like got truly knocked down by Quark. Oh, they are definitely well prepared with Tiger X now. His vehicle punctured. And now the buggy is unusable. He has to abandon it.
Speaking of abandoning, they might actually have to abandon the entirety. For Infinity, they need to leave here because they're not really in the best spot there is, but they can actually hold just a tiny bit as their second or third checkpoint possibly. But TODAK, if not for that, and KT always got themselves in a trapped situation, always being sandwiched and cornered down.
Here we go, Lanes at the lower ground, lost that fight. The guard circling around with the 1v1 and a guard. Got another knockdown onto Iftar. He has to heal up quickly. Real with the nade across. Real tries to cut across the smash. But Mr. Joe is there. The guard still goes down to Real with the DBS. And the Real will seek revenge. Iftar will be saved.
Real hoping nobody will try to spot him out, but Mr. Joe will not let them go. Mr. Joe going in for the kill. Mr. Joe is coming. Just keep it going. But TODAK, on the other hand, popped the smokes, hoping it will buy them time. But Mr. Joe just randomly sprays. Oh man, Mr. Joe. Here comes the nade to finish them all. Another one to just confirm it. Whoa! The nade! Not that trajectory, not like that.
Oh man, the turret just doesn't favor the name, but okay. This one in London, onto Efta! One nade to get them both. Mr. Joe, remember the name.
A big discount day for Mr. Joe. Despite he misses a couple of sat grenades early on, he made it through in the end of the day. NKT rising back up, spot out real. Hey, what? Hey, he missed that. He didn't see that one. He didn't see the one that carried the members. Mr. Joe, he's greedy for the one with the vehicle.
Oh man, but now will he be punished for his greediness? Tom will be on the high ground against Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe behind the vehicle, but Mr. Joe being shot as well from behind. And Tom will be the one to get revenge for his teammates. NKT eliminated at number 13 with 1 elimination point. And Mr. Joe, despite his beautiful name, they only got 1 point out of that.
That's definitely on top of his crosshair just now when Iftar being carried by his teammate. We definitely saw that one. But unfortunately, he just tunnel vision towards the vehicle and that cost him his life as well. Well, they're done for those fights just now, but we do have another going on. PIGMY got himself first chicken of the day without any sweat being broken off. But this time they have to put a bit more effort. Now Blues start creeping in as well. The teams that's far will have some problems now.
And Rosemary knocking out the members of a GEEK fam. Damroot now pinned down as well. Hans for you put pressure to Damroot. Damroot knocked down by Jumper from YOODO to wait a second. Jumper shot from afar to take out Damroot.
Jabranki will trying to get the opportunity just a bit later than he should be. If only he come a bit earlier for the side of PIGMY. They actually squad the entirety of TODAK on that side. They heard those audio cues come out from the vehicles of FaZe and the rest of TALON, if I'm not mistaken. So they hoover their focus and attention towards that side. PIGMY feels like they're a bit unclear which way they want to go. Whether to focus on the teams down there, right beneath them, or the teams right on top of them.
Well, decisions to make right now for them. And looks like for PIGMY, they're going to relocate themselves onto the inner side. Don't want to make those big decisions. But for GEEK fam, now they have to make the big decision up against Alter Ego. Probably going to stay quiet for now since they don't have the numbers. And it is Alter Ego they're talking about. And they clearly know that's Alter Ego since Alter Ego eliminated some of their players.
Do have a bit of problem for Crit VIP. How to get themselves on top of this hill now. They have so many players of PIGMY watching this side. The Blues are burning them off alive. And the circle just shifted away. Look at that. Alter Ego still got the circle regardless of how many maps we do have.
Yeah, Alter Ego, man. These guys really know how to move and navigate around, putting them in an advantageous position to get into the circle. Same goes for PUBG Esports with the circle. But I can't say for the same for GEEK fam now. One of the players currently now leaving one active player left. GEEK fam in trouble on the outside with Alter Ego, but it's going to be Snipes taken out by Team Flash.
TODAK. Surprisingly, despite we got so many fights early on, there's going to be still 11 teams alive though. Nobody willing to start to fight here unless somebody else will go down to maybe 9th place. Speaking of which, Roy Tusk take it on Iftar. Those shots coming out from the gates of the outside of these ruins, where it's gonna be them taking off from the outside fight towards the center of those ruins as well. Tusk and the rest of Roy will try to march in, building the bridge smoke, hoping for them to rush in. But it's a bit later though, because they managed to pick themselves back up.
Well, the pressure's more now on to TODAK because they were the ones on the other side, and now Roy, they do have the advantage of the circle, so it's more of like TODAK, come out wherever you are. TODAK has the choice of rotating up north if they see it to be clear enough. But the other question is that do they have the vehicles to do that?
I know, the irony is when you actually sing come out whenever you are, it's so creepy, right? If you open it, actually sing that. You definitely don't want to come out. You will hide more when you heard somebody say that. But at the same time, speaking of which, we do have another team happy to be falling off this map right now. We do have only 10 teams remaining, but this time, Roy, this is the opportunity they've been waiting for. It's a tough start for them.
Oh!
But coming up from Crib VIP, spotted out Roy.
Wow!
Remember we mentioned,
Very, very aggressive by Grid VIP. One drive by to knock down to two members of Roy. And now two more to go. Both of them in the sniper tower. Jiminy, one of them getting knocked down to newbies. Bill will knock down. Thus, one more to go on to the second floor. Jiminy shows himself. Jiminy first and Jiminy wins it.
Jiminy, the new addition members of Roy. It feels like he actually carried the task by himself with 3 members knocked down. But the problem is, can he revive them in the meantime while the other teams are circling around Roy's as well? He picked one of the members up first. I don't think it's going to be Noah. Was it Noah first? Because Noah's the lowest HP down there. While TODAK going in for more. They are dominating across the board. The highest of the nations by far by TODAK.
Goal made by Conte! Wow! That is one of the most accurate nades I have seen. Beautifully executed by Conte, making popcorn out of final member of GEEK fam.
Chef kiss down there, perfect one. But will it be a perfect toss again for the side of TALON? Misery, YOODO are here. Kwang being spotted out. Who? Alter Ego from behind. I mean, TALON didn't even break a sweat, but they definitely know somebody is down there. It's going to be Alter Ego and Kwang being finished off. Team Flash, I think, was it the last member? Possibly is. But the rest of the teams are still remaining. Oh, not really. They still have Ghost to knock down Quanti and Batman as well, which is going to be Woonty. They play themselves quite separated amongst each other, but the problem is how to get to the circle at this point for the side of Team Flash.
I was looking at the circle earlier on, and I find it ridiculous the fact that Alter Ego and Boom Esports now has the circle now, especially for Alter Ego as they're on the chase onto TALON. But TALON with a full squad as well, they will be looking to add to their point count to maintain the gap between them and Alter Ego.
Can they capitalize over this side? Misery taking those high ground, but the moment we mentioned about TALON, YOODO being knocked down, which Batman finally find a bit of a loophole on the side of TALON's lineup here. But the problem is, they do have this high ground advantage on the side of TALON. Misery, can they actually put up the work to the side of Team Flash? Red Face, on the other hand, trying to shoot them away. As Alter Ego smash down on Team Flash as well. Team Flash sandwich between TALON and Alter Ego at the same time.
Well, here we go on the other side of the circle. The challenge is for TALON to either try to get in or to get even in there, depending on where the circle will go. But for TODAK, they are still on the outside circle. Now, Real is together with Iftar, but Iftar is bleeding out. Not sure if Real will have time to pick out Iftar. But look at the elimination feed right now. Red Face will be knocked down. Balak from Roy spots out TALON. Spray, and Balak will secure that point for himself.
Balak, the scary nun, they say. Here comes, haunting over all the players down there, but Misery, I don't think he spotted out the rest of Roy, or maybe they did. That's why they divided the attention, other than just Team Flash just now. TALON having some problems, with Valak giving so much problem to the side of Misery. Shutting down Misery is going to be the biggest problem for TALON right now. They don't have eyes watching those high grounds anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Misery knocked down in a key position. If only they kept Misery, not only information, but you can also shoot from that area. Let's see if TALON can recover Misery. Because right now, Misery is still in an okay position. But for Linux, it's in a better position. Although on the lower ground, but he's still able to land a knock on the thumb.
Linux trying to decide what to do first. Too many things to do at the same time. Too many teams trying to deal with at the same time. TODAK trying to play those high grounds, but it will be them punishing themselves as Real bleeding out into the blue zone. TODAK will have problems to just get into the zone safely. He got himself a couple of first aid, but TALON still shutting down on Roy. PIGMY as well. Oh, speaking of victims, Roy is going to be the saddest team here, being bleed to dry out and finished off in an instant.
Oh, here we go. Next piece of circle. 25 more seconds to go, and all these teams by the edge of it will need to move. TALON Can you imagine this? Misery went down and they were so pressured by the other teams, but TALON is still a full squad at this moment. Now Red FaZe goes down to Jimmy, but as long as he's not eliminated, he can still be saved. But Will will take out one member of TALON as well, so now TALON will need to reset.
Circle will shift again, Cloud. This is not great. The teams that are not being favored here definitely will be that later on. Now another team eliminated due to the blue zone, but GEEK take a head-on strike with Rosemary, but the beast has spoken. He's still alive and well, not so well, but got himself triple first aids for now. And the Circle happen to be very generous. Shrinking the center, they missed just a tiny bit. TALON try to shut down on the remaining of Roy's. Jiminy barely hanging on, cannot even revive on Varlock because it will just expose himself towards the eyes of TALON.
Oh, there. Ooh! I know what you were thinking. Lucky enough it bounced off another time. But still, TALON blew up the vehicle and they still got what they wanted. 5 eliminations now dominating for TALON.
But at the same time, Infinity starts to fight and spotted out a couple of TALON's players. YOODO bleeding out. They're driving away from the blue zone. As Alter Ego also starting to make a move. It feels like we might actually have another Indonesian ending here. 4 teams! Boom, PIGMY, Alter Ego, and TALON. Now going in for the top 5, including Infinity from the ties.
No, right? This is getting insane right now for the Indonesian contingent. But now we have the Infinity on the high ground against PIGMY, but the name of the Tiger Axe. Nicely done onto the high ground, knocking it down. And now the other members of the Infinity, we have Logan now healing up. Journey K still on the outside. And they still have one more player from PIGMY to deal with. But this name should do the job. Oh, no, still okay.
10 managed to cover himself well. Turney on the other hand did not so well here. Logan and Infinity. Well, they don't have to do too much job as Boom helping them on the other side. Now Infinity, they expose himself. Boom caught himself well. They took the bait, walking the trap. We have a top 3. Alter Ego, TALON, and Boom.
Man, again, an Indonesian finale, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go with TALON having a full squad. Boom as well. So out of these 3 teams, TALON had a chicken dinner before. And we need to double chicken dinner back to back. Misery will be knocked out by Alpha as he tries to jump in. And YOODO will come in and turn. Follow up. Rosemary on his knees on the left side. And somebody Linux will come in with the UMP. And that will be enough for them to wipe out Alter Ego just like that.
A 2v4 TALON, can they actually do it with Red FaZe alongside with Linux? 2 bleeding out YOODO and Misery, but Linux going in for the fight. They don't care. They don't have a care. No, what is he? Wait, what? He jumps down, flying cars and players. Not like this. Linux, he crashes. No way.
Linux. Oh, it almost became a Linux show. But boom, will say no.
How crazy can things get? The bouncing off of the grenades that lucky enough that saved the players so much, with Boom flying with their cars, drop themselves in the middle of the field, not where they wanted to land. Things are going out of control till the end, but Boom, they show what they have in the first day as well.
Oh man, 3 in a row for the Team Indonesia. And this time around, it is Bonded with the highest damage this time, the highest ever received. And 3 eliminations, same with Yummy as well. But global huge, Yummy at the most. But the stat that matters is all on to Bonded, the MVP for round number 3.
This is great. I mean, like, that was incredible ending just now. Linux so close of getting those clutches. Man, if they actually scored that one, it would be devastating for Boom. But regardless of that, Pombit still scored quite a number. 400 over damage, 3 eliminations, quite a number of damage received as well. But I say, when it comes to the contribution of the teams, everybody pitched in for the side of Boom.
Absolutely, and they still was a full squad towards the end, so they did not give away the points much, at least to other teams. But anyway, what is important is that Boom Esports, just when you thought that, oh man, Boom Esports, no chicken dinner, other teams starting to be on the rise, no! They come in with a chicken dinner for themselves, and here are the match recap teams from the previous round, and again, it's all dominated by Team Indonesia.
What a dominations! What happened to these guys? There's no stopping them since last season. 2024 is really the year of the Indonesian players and teams. They have nothing that can stop them. And at the same time, how much did they score for their elimination just now, Claire? I think that's quite a number as well.
Yeah, it's quite a fair bit as well for PMSL Esports. And the same goes for TALON as well. They did score quite a fair bit. And also Alter Ego, of course. And PIGMY, the team that scored the first chicken dinner today, is back up here after a off round in the previous leg. But let's check out the best moment brought to you by Boom's Chicken Dinner.
Now, they scored themselves 8 eliminations, not the highest we've seen here today, but hey, there's only the first day. They only scored, like, what, 8 eliminations with the chicken? Hey, that's quite a number still. But when it comes to talent, I feel like the fit of YOODO into talent, making RedFaZe so happy to have somebody as aggressive as he is in the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, YOODO is definitely the highlight transfer of this season. Another thing I wanted to point out is that it has been 3 rounds, 1 to 4 in the match rankings. It's all Indonesian. That is how crazy it is. Okay, there was once maybe YOODO Alliance. Okay, yeah, once YOODO Alliance, but other than that, it's all Indonesia up there. That's crazy.
Well, it will be even crazier if we ended up finishing day number 1 with all Indonesian teams finish off all 6 maps here. If they can actually deliver that, I have nothing else to say, man. I mean, they have 8 teams in total for the Indonesian team. Everybody got themselves Scottish chicken today. Why not? Now, when it comes to the second page, some teams do have a bit of shift of place. YOODO to definitely have a bit of improvement. Quite an impressive one even. Within a day, they managed to push themselves up. But MORPH, on the other hand, the only Indonesian team that actually plays themselves at the very bottom here.
Oh yeah, that's quite an interesting stat there. But despite them being down there in the match rankings, they're still not bad. They're still on page number 1, right? Now, speaking about page number 1, 1 to 4 is dominated by the Indonesians, with TALON now at number 1 with 50 points, 10 points ahead of Alter Ego, followed by the current reigning champions of PMSL, Boom, so we got PIGMY there, and MORPH 15 points. But if you kind of think about it, objectively they're only 5 points behind PIGMY. So, yep, they can still catch up to their friends.
And speaking of which, 8 teams of Indonesian team 5 is playing. 5 of them are playing here today. Now the only team that's got any chicken of those 5 is going to be Alter Ego and MORPH. Now I'm not surprised they can actually find a score after the break after this. But the rest of the teams, on the other hand, they need more time to warm up, I guess.
Teams like Team Secret, YOODO O2, GEEK Fam, and surprise, surprise, Vampire Esports, the home team, the double PMSL champions. What are they doing at number 13?
They are doing what they do best. Just leave it up day number 1 and just gonna focus on day number 2 possibly. Because vampires, when it comes to South Asia, they always have this problem of just the struggle, man. When it comes to Wolves, like, they do whatever they do best. But when it comes to South Asia, they're like,
I don't know, man. It's like, you know what, in Malaysia we call it mandi bunga, like you shower with flowers. They definitely need to do that. They probably haven't showered for like 2-3 years or something like that. They really need to do something.
They showered, but without the flowers.
Without flowers, yeah. Buy the flowers, people. If you're fans of Vampire Esports and you want them to be having a good campaign, send flowers to them for them to shower.
Shower with flower means like you wash off all the bad luck, okay? In case you guys have no clue what we're talking. Southeast Asian people, I think we do know what it means, but the others not so much. For vampires, they showered, yes, the normal shower, but they need the extra effort of those shower to wash away the bad luck in Southeast Asia, because they just struggle so much in South Asia.
I don't know. That's almost like I have no answer to it anymore. Right? Like you say that, oh, this lineup, they're the same lineup and everything, they have the experience, yada yada yada, like all the puzzle pieces fit, but it is just the name Southeast Asia there. Or maybe we should just change the name to PMSL something else. But anyway, that's all for first half of today. When we're back, let's see if Indonesia can carry on the second half. We're taking a short break. My name is Circle together with Choo Choo. See you guys in a bit.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market! Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Everyone, after the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Ha. Welcome back, everyone. Now I'm with YOODO from TALON Esports. How your experience been in Thailand for your first day? Do you think different when you play in Thailand compared with you play in the last 3 seasons in Malaysia?
Oke, buat Yoru, pertanyaan pertama adalah bagaimanakah perasaan kamu bermain di Thailand buat hari pertama ini, dan apakah perbedaan yang kamu udah dapetin di hari pertama dibandingin dengan 3 season kemarin kamu bermain di Malaysia?
Untuk bermain di Thailand senang lah, karena kita bermain di stage baru, di negara baru. Mungkin kalau cuaca sih di sini lebih panas, berbeda cuaca, dan dari makanan yang juga berbeda.
Of course, I feel very excited to play in Thailand. It's because of it's a new layout for the stage, and then in terms of weather, Thailand much more hotter compared to Malaysia, and of course the food as well. So yeah, I'm feeling excited to be in Thailand.
Wow. Your team has been quite as consistent as a new member. Can you tell me what's the difference about playing in this team compared with the previous team?
Oke, permainan kamu buat hari pertama ini sangat-sangat konsisten. Bisa nggak kamu cerita ya perbedaan kamu di tim ini dan juga di tim sebelumnya?
Kalau untuk perbedaan sih nggak banyak ya. Mungkin di sini kan sama orang baru, sama tim baru juga. Jadi ya perbedaannya di situ aja sih.
There's nothing much different compared to previous team. If we take a look at this new team, there is a new player, there's new environment, and of course I think that is the only different compared to previous team.
Okay. Now you are in Thailand and you play very well. Do you have any word to say to a former player of TALON Esports, Link X?
Oke, buat performa kamu ya bisa dibilang Thailand sangat-sangat bagus di hari ini. Ada nggak sedikit kata-kata buat mantan player daripada TALON sendiri, yaitu Links yang sekarang bermain di TODAK?
Untuk Links ya paling semangat, ini baru hari pertama, kasih tahu di hari selanjutnya dan minggu selanjutnya.
To our former teammates, Links, I just gonna wish you all the best. Keep fighting. Today is only first day. There's a lot of day coming up, and yeah, stay strong.
Okay. Thank you so much, Joy, for the interview. Now, let's head back to the caster deck and to join a new game.
So that was quite an interesting interview with Yoru awkwardly giving out the message towards the player that he's substituting in, and like, I'm warming your seat, bro. But at the same time, there's gonna be a twin tower with Yoru being the bridge man.
Yeah, I know, right? You put Yoru beside Junks. Come on. But we're gonna put Rosemary beside Real here with the exact same pose. So far the head-to-head between the two of them in the previous round, 3 eliminations for Rosemary and Real, the new player of TODAK with 2 eliminations. Pretty similar to each other.
Yeah, but when it comes to performance-wise, they're still on the same board here across Alter Ego, TALON, BOOM, and TODAK. But speaking of top 4 fraggers, we have to give it the domination of the Indonesian team here today. Will they finish off the entirety of day number 1 with all the flags of Indonesia waving?
Yes, it is an Indonesian day today, ladies and gentlemen. But we need to wait and see if the streak continues on. But if we were to look at like the smoke specialist, we were putting aside the points, it is still Indonesian up there. Outer Ego, 50 smokes used. And who's the closest one? Roy, 26. It's almost double the amount of smokes used by Roy.
But if we compare Alter Ego 50 within just 3 maps, compared to the lowest in top 4, we're talking about top 4 here, 16. That is like what, almost 5 times when it comes to 4th place to the first. But next we're heading to the last wrangle of the day. First half domination of capitalized by the Indonesian team, TALON, PIGMY, and BOOM. We're waiting for MORPH here right now.
Ooh, MORPH maybe to join? Ooh, wow, that would be real interesting there. And make it full of Indonesians. I mean, we have 6 slots to go. I mean, like 3 more slots to go, 6 slots in total. It is looking like they will be able to dominate this.
Will they get a double chicken in a day? But the question is, which team? Because I'm loving how TALON, because we did mention this before, right? I'm still waiting for Yummy, Red Face, Alter Ego, Rosemary to be in a team. The 4th player, I have no clue who will be yet. But if these 3 players go in the same team, imagine the frag power in this lineup. Whew.
Yeah, that's like pretty much the dream team, right? Full of firepower there. And who knows, maybe one of the show matches we'll get to see that happening, just saying. Because in the grand finals, it will be played in an offline event. Maybe that's where there'll be some room to have some fun stuff happening and we can put all these amazing players together in a team.
That's kind of true. But maybe that's going to be a next season. Who knows? Because of the major overhaul happened to be in this season. There's a lot of switch and swaps between the Indonesian teams as well. And they have the most swap of players. Well, they do have the most teams in PMSL. And this is PMSL ideal watching Indonesia for summer split. Because they have been dominating across the board. And we do have PIGMY as already scored himself the first chicken of the day, despite it being a bit quiet compared to all the other Indonesian teams. But MORPH has been not so much going in, but they still maintain the top 8. Now, where are the others?
Yeah, besides the Thai teams, we did talk about them a fair bit. And the Vietnamese teams weren't that shiny as well. I mean, there were moments like, okay, we saw Team Flash doing something, like they take good positions, they take good long-range shots, but that's pretty much about it. I don't recall seeing them taking like, okay, crash into a compound, win a hit-on fight, something sexy like that. It's always like very cautious, well-positioned shots that they took.
Yeah, I agree. But the one that we also have to highlight, not just Team Flash, Roy has been aggressively trying to engage with a lot of fights. But the moment they being eliminated, surprisingly, despite we saw so many fights early on, Roy being eliminated around the like double-digit placement still, despite so many fights early on. So Roy, if they can actually just, calm a bit and not engage so much in early skirmishes, they do have potential getting into more points in the game.
Well, they have 3 more games to go if that was considered a warm-up to stop warming up and start turning up the heat, including the GEEK fam as well. With the inclusion of Mika back in the lineup together with Audrey, yes, it is thought to be that those were the 2 players that will bring them to a rise, but yet it is still pretty much there. But here we do have our first substitution for today. Dimsy is going to make his debut.
And also, speaking of Dimsy, we do have Achul has been playing for the entire day on the side of PIGMY. Dimsy is also another player that been picked up for this season, a new flashy rookie player that will shine or not depending on the next Erangel. So I love how they're rotating their plays for the Indonesian teams specifically. They love to rotate their plays just to make sure everyone have equally exposed and gain experience throughout the entirety of PMSL. That's how they grow amongst themselves. And despite some players, like example for Team TODAK, they picked up one of their players, Lynx from TALON previously. We had in the interview by YOODO before. Even though he's playing for a different region or he's playing for a different team entirely, but look at the support. Such a great support and team between themselves of Indonesian players. Despite they being on the different teams and in Malaysian teams, in fact, they're still giving so much support among themselves.
Yeah, to a certain extent, like they sometimes do team buildings together across teams, so that happens as part of their culture. And I don't see that with other regions. I know Thailand, they don't really do that. Malaysia, maybe not, but for the most part, not as much, or maybe not as well. So they are clearly playing in a different type of culture, not only within themselves but also across the team. So maybe that's something that the other teams can also learn from in order to be one of the best teams in the region. But here we go, game number 4.
When it comes to number 4, it means it's going to be the last Erangel for the day. Now, I do want to highlight what you mentioned just now, Klaus. I agree, is cultural difference is going to be one of the biggest factor contributing towards the game of how effective the player can actually play at their best. Because right now we see the domination of Indonesian team. They do have different mindset, different kind of culture. They are very supportive of each other, despite, yes, the way they even taunt between themselves. They never taunt within themselves, even though they are in different teams. It's the mindset that have such a different level compared to all the other regions.
So, gonna drop the tease here. That's some of the things that I wrote in my upcoming book. Releasing soon.
What are you writing a book?
It's going to be released soon. So you guys out there, stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. What is it about? Okay, I'll keep the tease here for now. That is as far as I'll go. I'll leave it here.
Well, at least give us the title of your book so we can actually. Where can we actually buy it as well? I want to be one of your first buyer out there.
Where? Well, it will be at International Book Festival. That will be when we'll be launching it.
The title?
At the end of this month. It's written in Bahasa Malaysia, but it literally translates as Esports Saved My Life.
Oh man, which gonna be Esports Menyelamatkan Saya? Is it like that?
You're close. Esports Selamatkan Aku. So that's close enough.
Okay, when will it be out? I do want to buy it. I want to be one of the first one to buy it.
Ooh, wow. Okay. The date will come soon.
Oh man.
Yeah. So we're still locking in a few things, okay? But the date will come soon. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. But also stay tuned to what's going to happen on screen, because Talon just got their first blood. Oh no, double knock. Not yet the first blood, but till now.
Triple F. But speaking of Talon, we did just overpraise them just now. It didn't work out well. We might jinx them. So that lost 2 players. Now NKT, early skirmish again. Since this is going to be the last Erangel, everybody start showing their fangs out here.
Ooh, wow, and again, Talon opens up big. But looks like TODAK, they sort of fight back by taking out one member of Talon. Now Linux, okay. But the follow-up has happened right now. Misery, wait a second. YOODO, 1v1. Are we going to see a big clutch here? YOODO with one goes here. Oh! Linux!
And by Lynx at that, the ultimate of Talon.
What?
How you like them apples, Talon? Oh my!
What did we just see, Juju? What was that?
That was a one-shot shotgun finish off by Lynx, just to, you know what? I don't regret my decision switching over to TODAK. Take it, boys.
That's the indirect taunt, ladies and gentlemen. That's the indirect taunt there. What a gameplay that was. And when everyone was just hyping up like, oh, TALON and yada yada and so on, and all of a sudden, you have TODAK wiping them out.
And the funny part, Yuri just had the interview to have a message over to Lynx, and he was like, we got you, buddy. Good luck, all the best, buddy. And he's like, yeah, all the best, bro. And then like, yeah, all the best to you.
I know, right? What? But you know what? Team Indonesia can also claim something out of TODAK. Because TODAK has Indonesian players and an Indonesian coach. So it's like, hey, it's our guy too, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, it feels like Indonesia and Malaysia really feels like brothers right now. Like we are pretty much merged with each other, and we learn a lot from each other. That's the biggest part of it. And I love the fact that they kind of share players between these two regions, and it just shows that a different sportsmanship. We can learn from each other's culture and learn a different side of how to think about a different angle of the game from their perspective and from the Malaysian player perspective as well.
Yeah, okay, let's check out the replay here. Whatever happened early on. We got Linux. Wow, nice spray. And Lynx, man, their names are just too similar. But look at that jump shot across the wall. Beautiful. Wow.
That's so good. Oh my god, how did you actually do that? The flick, the swings, that was wide and big.
Yeah, that is TODAK Langgar. Wow. In case for the international audience, in case you don't know what Langgar is, it's TODAK Crash. TODAK
Yeah, Crash.
Crash.
Crash is the right word, I guess. But man, the feeling of having Lynx to finish off TALON, where he just recently being subbed with Yuri out. The irony of it, man, that's gonna be a good feeling for Lynx though. But at the same time, I think they don't have any grudges or any hard feelings against each other as well.
It's just part of the game. I mean, if you are competing, you're bound to meet each other, right? So, yeah, but I'm sure it will be an interesting conversation at the supper table later.
And by the way, Cloud, congratulations for the book. I'm so proud of you, buddy.
Oh, thank you.
I want to claim, like, I know it's like Cloud, and this guy is my friend, you know. Can I call you my friend now?
Of course, the book has to mention Choo Gaming, you know. Just putting it
No
out
way!
there. I'm just teasing.
In a good way or a bad way? Now I'm scared.
You have to find out later on. You have to find out.
Oh man, I really want to read your book. I hope I can learn something out of it as well. And also, you guys who just being an esport, you guys have to have that book, especially if you're Malaysian. I wish we have the English version of it. Maybe you should do an English version of it.
Well, we have been considering it, so it really depends on how many of you out there who really want it. So if you guys really want it, you gotta let me know. We gotta know if there's a market for it before we, make the translation happen. It's doable.
We should. Because you know why? Recently my mom told me. Yes, be a millionaire,
we should.
Brother.
It involves money.
Hey. You know what? Because recently, because that title itself, it meant so much. When I listened to you said, esports saved my life. We're gonna go segue for a bit, guys, because nothing's happening right now. Because of the title itself, like, as esports saved my life, right? Because my brother had cancer before he passed away. He had such a long cancer up to the place that up to the point that he can't even walk. He's on wheelchair. And my mom told me, if my brother is still alive here today, maybe he can join you, because esport is something that everybody can do despite you have physical disabilities. And that's something that's so touching for me. And esport can really save a life, you know.
Yes, and our Mr. Producer is asking if he's in or not. Well, Hygiene, you have to find out later, okay? No more spoilers.
He's baiting you. He's baiting you to buy the book. We should support our friend, buddy.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no spoilers, okay? No spoilers.
Oh man, I can't wait for the book to come out. But when is that? We gotta have to wait, like as usual. So don't forget to follow Sir Cloud so you know the update of his book. That's just how he just put the truck in. He's so smart and genius by, making people so curious about himself, which we are, and I am right now.
Wow. Well, I already gave the clue that it's going to be out during the International Festival, so you can search up for the dates and you can kind of get the range there. But of course, I don't want to be overexcited because there might be some things that change. But anyway, What will not change is now Jimmy OP knocked out by Source from Team Secret.
It's not great. Team Secret, on the other hand, doing so great on their side. You did mention about Team Vietnam before and rebranding from Team Axe to Team Secret fully this time. They do have a bit more fair play and they do have more tricks and tips compared to last season. More confidence even. Now YOODO Alliance, this is going to be a big problem for Leon.
Oh, here we go. Leon's all alone on the second floor. And Olio is elsewhere. So Olio is not going to win Leon's. And with that one nade to knock down Leon's, Olio nowhere to be found. Leon's eliminated just like that.
Now what is YOODO Alliance actually doing? Because they are so separated, quite far wide amongst themselves. And Olio is not the IGL. I'm not sure if he's being the second IGL in this case, but we do know that Jimmy is actually going for the IGL role this season, right? Trying to confirm from your side, by the way.
Yeah, I believe so as well. I mean, I can't really confirm, but I think that is the case.
And I did look is nowhere as well, but we do have MORPH now trying to shut down on teams. Team Flash, Alter Ego, and Team Flash as per usual start aggressively trying to find some victims. I don't know about the circle right now. They're making all the players a bit panicky because everybody starts to migrate so early. Is there something wrong with the circle?
Everyone's heading into an open area now. A lot of them at least, but I'm also thinking about another angle, right? Like TALON Esports eliminated early, obviously, after that great move by TODAK. Opens up the chance for Alter Ego and also Boom to chase. Now, TODAK, they're quite far away to some points, but both Alter Ego and Boom, they can still do that. And if they do that, can you imagine? The lore is as if like the number 1 and number 2 of last season's PMSL chasing each other.
Oh, that's very anticlimactic, by the way. But if it happens quite early, then it's okay. If it happens at the very end of it, that's not fun anymore. Because we want to see the fight and the suspense till the end. But speaking of suspense, the flying grenade. Oh, he see that coming for Trang. Team Secret seems like they are aggressively hunting people down.
Okay, Team Secret now wants to take over this high ground. And we got PIGMY on the other end, a GEEK Fam on the lower ground, and Mika knocked down by Billboard, not the player that GEEK Fam wants to lose, and Mika eliminated by Billboard with Scar L. Audrey has to get away. Audrey cannot be eliminated early as well.
What are the plans for Team Secret? Are they going in or they're breaking apart or just going to go for a retraction here? Or will they actually try to go for both fights? Because GEEK Fam and PIGMY happen to be interested to a side of Team Secret. If they're not aware that PIGMY watching their eyes towards their angle here from afar, they might actually cut themselves and dig in their own grave for Team Secret.
But PIGMY now is on the chase onto Team Secret without the circle. But look at the elimination with Grado from YOODO02 knockdown. Now they set the cross. Looks like they're going to exchange things between the two of them. PIGMY must take over this high ground and they will start off by knocking down Soas from Team Secret.
Comes Nate's flying over. It's a Nate galore once more. Exchanging hands between these two teams. Team Secret, Jabrinki coming up from the flank side with one rock taking covers, going into the smoke, seeing the silhouette of Team Secret. Chip down to 1 HP, never mind. Now here comes the cleaning up, but Trang, who shot him from behind?
Oh, gotta look at the elimination feed again, but PIGMY is definitely winning this fight right now. Billboard, 1-2-1 to the answer now, bringing on Rose and Billboard. Back to back, eliminating Team Secret.
I have to give it to the side of PIGMY. That was a really creative approach just to corner down the rest of Team Secret. They're not aware that flank are being watched over and didn't actually cover up their flanks nicely. It wasn't a neat defense coming up from Team Secret. They were fighting a fight that they have no info on because they were so distracted against another team previously. Who was it again that they were fighting against before?
That was a GEEK Fam.
And GEEK Fam just left.
Yeah, after they lost Mika, they'll be like, okay, nope. Okay, we don't want to have anything about it. But I think that time GEEK Fam was kind of spread out as well. So it was the pairing of Mika and Audrey. And when Mika went out, then Audrey was alone. So it's like, okay, nope, I'll go back to Daddy Damu.
go back to Daddy. Daddy's always the best choice. But speaking of Damrud, it's been a while. We haven't seen the best of Damrud for quite some time now. He's not being himself like how he was during his peak season. I think it was like, what, 2 seasons ago? Where he was really so good at getting those snipes and getting those shots from afar, being a third party. Feels like he toned down a bit. He's been a bit quiet than before.
Yeah, I guess shifting to a more supportive role because now he has like Mika and Audrey as his key fraggers. So maybe that's why he's taking that chiller role now, taking the more of the IGL, the big bro role, or more like the daddy role, you know, take care of the boys at home while mommy goes out to work.
Who's the mommy then? But that's going to be the same... Oh, that kind of fits the role though, I'm not going to lie. But it feels like Rosemary is being the daddy role as well, but he got shot quite a bit when he tried to overpick himself. That's quite a dangerous game played by the side of Rosemary. But Infinity, they definitely want to pin down the side of Alter Ego. This is where the circle's shifting again. No wonder everybody's running. It's going to be Gatka region in an open space at that, but we do have Roy in the center.
Roy, Geek Fam is there. MORPH is there as well. I'm looking at the other big suspects. Okay, up north, there is Boom by the edge of the circle, but Alter Ego, a big suspect too, on the southern side. So they're not going to meet with Boom anytime soon, at least.
Hopefully that's going to be the case of Grand Finals. I'm still hoping for that. Too early for us to see the Titans clashing each other out. But on the side of Infinity, I love the fact that they have an overhaul when it comes to the lineup too. And it feels like a bit more improved compared to the previous one. But for YOODO Alliance, I mean, sometimes not even playing, but they're being eliminated quite early.
Oh, look at the shots fired onto PIGMY out in the open, and now Geek Fam is there. Dimsy will go down, trade it back onto Damrud. Damrud eliminated by Atul, and Atul will be able to save Dimsy. So it's a worthwhile trade for the secure the kill onto that one member of the Geek Fam.
We've seen that Shack many times. There's miracle happens. There's also a lot of death that in there. But when it comes to the nades, coming into a side of Audrey, he needs to leave. Geek Fam in trouble. Look at how Boom chasing the tails of Geek Fam, hunting them down.
Boom Esports want to look for elimination points to chase onto Alter Ego. Joprenki shot from afar, by the front, by the back. There are teams surrounding him. But I'll be more interested to see what's going to happen to Geek Fam because they're surrounded by Boom Esports now. Now Geek Fam opens up the smoke, and Boom Esports definitely know that Geek Fam is there, but they do not know how many members of Geek Fam there are.
But look at how Boom just imposing threats to all these teams around them. Despite they're actually a one team, Geek Fam and PIGMY all being threatened by the aura of Boom. Look at how they just mark their territories, slowly just marking their perimeters, boldly just showing themselves and tossing out the nades everywhere. But at the same time, we do have Creep VIP here. Creep VIP feels like their attention a bit splitted about between the one that actually right across them and the one that actually behind. Now, I'm not sure about NKT, they've been quiet, but instead of Boom, these guys, they are not scared at all. Look at how they approach 2 teams at the same time.
Oh, yeah, and not only 2 teams. Look at this, right? The minimap itself has like, what, 5, 6 teams at some point. You awaken one team, you awaken 2 teams, you awaken the rest of them. That is going to be a big warfare that might happen here. Now, I wonder who's going to start off the big fights here. Boom Esports still making their move, but they're going towards Geek Fam. Here we go.
Almost a splat. We've seen a lot of splats today, but it's still a splat by the end of the day. That's just how fast and easy for the side of Boom. They're not breaking a sweat, not trading anybody at all, but they finish off the entirety of Geek Fam, who will be the next victim. It feels like Boom, for their last map of Wrangle here, right now, they're just aiming for those eliminations.
Oh man, Boom Esports, they know that they need to chase up to Alter Ego with the elimination points because Alter Ego has still not been eliminated. So that's why they're probably motivated to do so. And with that, they managed to take out a Geek Fam and secure a wider position at where they're at. But PIGMY is there, knocking down Yummy. So now they have to pick up Yummy and fight back against PIGMY.
Flippy. MORPH, we're waiting for the chicken of the day. But back towards the circle we go. Alter Ego not being favored by the circle this time, but Boom on the other end got himself in the center. Nobody coming up from the northern side. Now, if you, YOODO O2 take advantage of their position and just mark themselves in the northern side, capitalize over that northern side of the quarter side of the circle, is more than enough. But can they defend? That's super clear. There's nobody there.
Yeah, but I wonder, do they have the information? Or do they have the space to move to gather the information at least? But another big team knocks out another big team. At least one player, that is Alter Ego, knocking out one member of PIGMY. Hopefully we'll be able to see it on screen. It's probably a long range knock, that's why it's not really followed up yet. But YOODO O2 is coming towards MORPH.
Oh, there's no great jumper straight on the ground. They have been opening the pre-fires. Definitely a connect so far. Adik Boy tried to have a bit of a trading done. It's going to be Crit VIP also engaging in certain fight, but back to the side, MORPH versus YOODO O2. Now Zero going in with his AKM in hand, going in to finish off and clear the corners, but wait, what? How?
Okay, I guess it was a shot from on the outside. Yes, it is. It's actually real from TODAK shooting onto the house.
You see through those windows out of nowhere. I thought there's no way you can friendly fire in here in PUBG Mobile. But definitely TODAK taking advantage, playing it so smart. TODAK having such a great start in this map. PIGMY got himself also 6 eliminations, dominating over. But MORPH, how did they come back from this kerfuffle?
Okay, here we go. Kid will now lead the charge. We're going to the house and he sees one and he will get 1-0 knocked down by Kid. Moves on to the second house, but moment he showed himself. Kid got taken out by Pondman from the high ground.
It's going to be a 3-way war. Make it 4. Because it feels like Empire is also butting into this business. They're interested to take all these fights from the sidelines as a third party. MORPH on the other end trying to do damage control. But in the meantime, they need to revive on Zero. They got stolen quite a number of eliminations by the other teams outside. TODAK, Real and Lynx trying to just shut them down. And look at the nades and the smokes.
Oh, the name by Real. So that's Zero, and now it's all about following up for him to secure the elimination points out of the final member of MORPH on the left side. Real straight into the smoke, but actually he's on the outside. So Real has to relocate out. Hazel is the one going to face up against 2 members of TODAK, and it is TODAK Langa.
Lynx is just so good right now. 5 eliminations by himself alongside with Brill, going out with the duo. Shut down a 3v2 situation against MORPH. We're not done yet. Infinity on the other hand, where to run? Turney, where to hide? Oh my god, it's gonna explode. It's gonna explode.
But wait a second. Oh man, Gotuni provides him the cover needed. But taking such a big risk to drive that vehicle around. Jabranki taken out by Iron Pro from Crit VIP. I believe that's a long range shot with his M4. Now the Infinity, they are on the outside of the circle, but right in front of them is going to be the high ground holders. Now Roy is up there.
Oh, vampires. The angles was right, it's just the timing of those explosions that need to be altered. Valak from Roy might spot out Tony K. Here comes his stance up. He will spray. He will definitely spray, but Tony K managed to just get it on time. He going up for the support at the backline first, but he bit what more he can chew. Oh, Valak.
Oh, Valak fighting back. Be the scary ghost he is. And now on the other side, we have nades being rained down from the ground floor from the Infinity as well. One himself for themselves. While Roy does fights back. Vampire Esports number 9. 3 eliminations. That means they only gained 9 points this round.
Valak being knocked down by Alter Ego. It's going to be 4-way. Roy Infinity in trouble. It's going to be a death trap if they walk into this house. This is going to be a dead house. Nobody wants to be in here because too many eyes watching on top of them. But Jiminy barbecued. Boom, down.
Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and then Molly will bring him down. And now Noah on the other side. Gotuni is going to come in. It's going to be a clean up for the Infinity to win over this house. And they managed to be by the edge of the circle at least.
Oh, this house is where nobody wants to be at. Infinity, they need to get out. This is a cursed place, definitely. Too many eyes watching. 3 VIP, never mind that strip. will actually save him. Oh, Pro! That's gonna be the last of them. He's still alive.
What a send across. And a good VIP eliminated at number 6 with 1 elimination. And KT now looking like they are dominating this with 5 eliminations.
Well, speaking of numbers, we do have 5, 6, 7, 8 across the board, across all the teams here. PIGMY, Boom, Alter Ego. For the side of Alter Ego, they haven't scored the chicken yet here today, but they still got themselves in the top 3 in the overall rankings here. All they need to do is just get that finishing touch of that chicken dinner to satisfy themselves that all conditions met for them to be in the top 3.
Well, what happened to 30K there? His vehicle blown up and now he's knocked down, and it happened to be PUBGM Esports just across them. That opportunity could be taken by Boom. Now Boom, you can see that PUBG is on his vehicle. He'll probably charge in onto the Infinity.
Going for Beyond. Got Tony. Alter Ego shot from afar. And here comes Rosemary. Octa got himself his 3 eliminations. Alva with none, but he's going on his vehicles trying to find victims. Rosemary even got himself some ghillies, so that's going to be hard to scout out by all the other teams. While Mr. Joe is also on the run with the rest of NKT.
Well, look who's in the middle of the circle. Choo-choo is Alter Ego with a full squad and also 5 eliminations. Looking good so far, but of course PUBGM Esports, their closest contender, still a full squad as well. But let's not forget about NKT with a home ground buff. They can potentially bring them up to a chicken dinner. Now forgotten in the Infinity, last man standing. But let's see how far the circle will go away from Gatuni. Actually not that far. He's pretty much in the circle.
Still out of 5 teams, we have 2 home country team buff, which is going to be NKT, and as well as Infinity, that's going to be Gatuni once more, being the last survivor 2 times now in today, just today in day number 1. But Alter Ego, regardless of how the circle shifted away from them, they know how to get into the circle just numerous times. Boom also coming up from the other side of the angle, trying to shut down an NKT. Happened with the center, Rosemary didn't actually need to do so much, but he will definitely get the loot for free.
Oh, here we go. Alter Ego has the circle. Man, this is still going to be another tight one. Look at this. 3 out of 4. Indonesia again. But this time we have NKT in the mix, waving the Thai flag, the home ground flag, to try to do it for them.
NKT, can they make the home country proud right now, since they're playing it the first time in 5 years? We had it back in Thailand. Boom, on the other hand, trying to secure things out, going out from the northern side. They might actually meet face to face with Alter Ego, but the one actually hammed down or being sandwiched between these titans of Boom and also Alter Ego is going to be NKT. PIGMY playing it quiet. They're very good at taking opportunities for PIGMY, but NKT where to run, no place to hide as well.
Oh man, NKT, they're on the lower ground as well, so terrain-wise, it's not so much of an advantage for them. They still have to hike up, and the moment they go up, they're going to meet with PUBGM Esports, who is one of the powerhouses in this season so far. So NKT got to be up for it. They got to call in the whole buff onto their lineup.
Hopefully the home buff will work out for them. PIGMY on the other hand, running away from the blue, burning them alive. Look at the nades coming over. DMC don't have any place to run, nor land to actually just move away from those explosions. Hans for you shutting down on PIGMY, and they will be obliterated at 4th place. We're living out to full squad of the top 3.
Here we go! Top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego, PUBGM Esports, and NKT representing Thailand. And they're now in the circle. NKT trying to get as much information as possible with PUBGM Esports on their right side and on their left side. It's going to be Alter Ego. All these teams taking their own corner.
Speaking of corners, there's no corners at all for NKT. They barely actually get into the circle. You're touching the rim, yes. How to get into it? They will be shut down by Boom and Alter Ego at the same time, but Razy got shot from afar. Octa start open the fires and just happen to be connecting with the sprays. Good God, is just taking the advantage of the situation. They are both shutting down on Boom, but Boom still have those a bit of the curvature of the geography that will hide them for just a tiny bit more. But NKT, they need to march and advance forward, but how?
Yeah, they're furthest away from the circle right now. I guess the next way is to clear out one of the teams, and they're going to put focus on the PUBG Esports. They're rotating towards their side, and our PUBG Esports will need to be prepared while out the Eagles monitoring the situation. Yummy! Those are to go down to Triple F. Razy tries to hold his ground with the DBS. He comes forward, and there's another level NKT on the left side, but Triple F will go down to Frenzy. They're gone as well. Frenzy gets a double elimination.
Now down to only Spider 11. KT just gonna play within the smoke, but it's gonna be just a matter of time. But will finally alter ego. Scored themselves those chicken. It's down to 4v1. Never mind, NKT eliminated. Down to last player. Boom! Here comes a nade. Oh, Yummy May. What a tragic ending, but finally alter ego can get that chicken taste. Yummy.
But hey, Rosemary and alter ego, what a round it is for the Indonesian in general. But you know what? The main factor for Alter Ego to get the chicken dinner was because NKT focused on the Boom. If NKT somehow focused on the Alter Ego, maybe it could have been Boom getting the chicken dinner. So it was just a matter of choice.
That's kind of true, but I don't blame NKT. It's such a difficult choice for them to make because of how they want to divide it. They were divided into two parts here. Another two just march into a side of Boom, the other two being finished off by Alter Ego. They just caught in between the giants. Both are the champions of PMSL, the previous champion and the defending title champions there. But when it comes to Alter Ego, they were the only team without any chicken in the top 5 just now. And finally, they are just meeting up the condition and scored the chicken. But look at the damage. This is the highest in day number 1, man.
Yeah, welcome back, Beast Mary, Rose Carry, Rosemary. More than 1,000 damage. We have not got more than 1,000 damage by a single individual yet so far today. And he did 4 eliminations. So if we count the numbers, so he did a lot of work but he couldn't secure the elimination points. But still, it just shows that how much of a hard-working shooter he is for Alter Ego.
But I'm loving the fact that everybody actually do give so much support this time as well, because back in the days we do see a very huge gap between Rosemary and the rest of the team, but Hunts for You rising up this season. And I did mention early on with Octa being such a valuable player as overall fitting into filling the plans for all the teams. It's just Alva that we need him to wake up for this season. Alva, it's going to be only you left because Rosemary and the rest of them are moving and advancing in the speed of light.
Oh yeah, they are looking like they're fixing whatever were their issues in the previous seasons. Always dependent on Rosemary, and it seems like it's working out so far for them. And now on the match recap, well, we have to have majority of Indonesian teams up here. And again, besides Alter Ego, we have Boom Esports on the top 4 and NKT representing Thailand up here as well as PIGMY. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll check out the best moments from the previous round.
We watched the highlight just now. I have to say, still, when it comes to best clutch of the day, I have to give it to TODAK Lens just now. But when it comes to the eliminations, I think there's also one of the highest number like we had before, 22 points. And it was them as well, if I'm not mistaken, was it? And early of the day here today.
Yeah, it was. So again, I mean, you got only 5 elimination teams. At some point, you're bound to repeat if you're going to get all of them. So the repeat has happened now. Oh man, Alter Ego. Okay, but besides them, right? PIGMY is there as well at the top 4. Now there is one other Indonesian team, not from page 1. Now we don't get to see that all the time, and I guess by now we kind of know which team it is. If you've been following us from the start of this round, at least you would know that a big surprise happened at the start, and that is thanks to TODAK that they took out TALON very early.
Now speaking of talent, at least they didn't go empty-handed, but the one that with the zeros should be concerned right now, since the day number 1 did not seem to be as fruitful as they hope it will be, which could be Team Flash, GEEK Fam, and YOODO Alliance. Now, especially GEEK Fam and YOODO Alliance, even their previous map didn't score so much.
Yeah, it's been a tough round for some of these teams, right? But if we were to look at like the overall, out of them, YOODO 02 probably has the least amount of points. But we'll check out the overall rankings here just to be sure. With Alter Ego now at number 1, overtaking TALON. The fact that TALON got eliminated early, and now they created a 10-point gap with TALON, and Boom Esports is only 5 points away from TALON. And then you have a 17-point gap between Boom and PIGMY.
But look at the numbers, all having 1 chicken dinner, just completed the set for the first page here, for the left half of the page. But when we come to the MORPH being pushed down there, and 8th place, the only Indonesian team that actually didn't score in the top 5 out there. But the rest of the others, we have 3 Vietnam on the bottom as well, Riot, Team Flash and Team Secret, whilst YOODO 02 and GEEK, they are sharing the same boat with the very same amount of points.
Ooh. Only 7 points after 4 rounds. Even Team Secret is also another team in the single-digit bracket. So we got 3 teams with a single-digit bracket to start. Vampire Esports, the home team, they rose a little bit, but I mean, looking at them at page number 2, it is a weird position for them to be in, and they only collected 11 points so far. So out of all the Thai teams, unfortunately Vampire Esports is also the only Thai team on page number 2 with, and the fact that NKT did very well in the previous round, that's why they put themselves up above Vampire Esports.
I agree. We haven't seen Vampires being as aggressive in the early stage of the map. They do have a couple of skirmishes around mid-game. We don't see them so much in early game at all. And usually the teams are actually kind of dominating when it comes to the top 5, especially when it comes to... Oh my, I wish it's going to be Rosemary and Yummy, but Yummy hasn't woken up yet. But between the Indonesian teams, look at how aggressive they play since the start of this stage number 1.
Yeah, I know, right? They've been ranking in the elimination points. That's why there are some teams, in theory, that's why there are some teams not able to gain points because all the points went up. So it's given to players like Rosemary, like Frenzy with this round, Rosemary 4 eliminations, and the damage itself. Like 1,340. We have not seen this amount of damage yet by an individual so far. Just shows that how important Rosemary is still for Alter Ego.
Woohoo! It's gonna happen, Cloud. Will MORPH score this? Come on, MORPH, you can do this. I want to vote for MORPH right now. I feel like MORPH should feel challenged, you know? Like all the rest of Indonesian teams already out there for day number 1 when it comes to A versus C. We're the only one left behind and quite far as well. They have to score that chicken.
Okay, so can we change our prediction now to MORPH? Okay? Alright, we come out again. Yeah, we're gonna all MORPH just because we don't want them to be left behind. But if MORPH gets it, okay, I'm going to ask you this question. If MORPH gets it, okay, fine. Then the last game, the 6th game, who do you want it to be?
At this point, I still want it to be Indonesian teams, just because we can wave the flag for the entirety of the day. But if it's going to be the last one, it's probably out of all the Indonesian teams, it's gonna be a tough one though. I mean, I don't want it to be Boom Alter Ego. There's no fun in that. I want it... Why not just MORPH getting a double chicken? There you go.
Okay. I think out of the all the Indonesian teams playing here today, on paper-wise, MORPH is probably the one that's like the underdog. So if they were to be able to score that chicken dinner, I think that'll be pretty nice. Because yeah, like what you say, right? If Alter Ego gets it, they'll be like, Alter Ego. Boom gets it, it's like, boom. Give it to someone else, right?
I mean, like, PIGMY has been playing very safe, so I'm not that concerned about them because they do know how to position themselves not to be attacked or not to be the victim of the situation. That's the PIGMY's strategy. They outsmart all the others with their positions. But I mean, it will be a bit upset for me, but at the same time, we do want to root for Vampires and the other teams as well. Now, we do know the Thais love Miramar over Erangel, so this is going to be the opportunity as well.
Yep, the Thais might be looking forward to the map switch this time, but it's also the first Miramar of the entire season this time. So maybe teams don't know who's going to drop where. Are they going to meet up with that team? Are we going to see early fights? So far we have seen drop clashes, like in Pachinki for example, like even in Sana or in Safi for example. So every map has its own drop clash. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the same inside of Miramar. It's just that we don't know where yet.
But I have a feeling we have early skirmishes, but it's Miramar. It's a huge map, right? Since it's the first of Miramar in the entirety of the league, it's the first day, we're bound to have early clashes. But usually when it comes to Miramar, it's just the first drop, just the initial drop that we might actually have clash, and we have a very quiet till stage 4 or 5 possibly.
Yeah, because it's a bigger map, right? So maybe. Unless those early clashes that might or might not happen. So that is the only thing. But even if there's an early clash, maybe there's like, okay, one, and then it's going to be a quiet one for a couple of stages like what you said. But let's see, whichever happens, whichever combination happens, it is still the first Miramar. No expectations. Here we go.
It's the summer split, so this is gonna be the perfect map for the summer split, but it's still gonna just be 2 maps. But at the same time, I'm looking forward when it comes to another change of format, right, Cloud? If we can actually have Sunhawk as the last map of the day, it's gonna be very chaotic. And we have Miramar as the first map of the day. That's gonna be something that's fun to watch. If we just, just rearrange the map in the future, who knows?
Yeah, I don't mind like if we rearrange, like we have 1 Miramar, 3 Sandhawks, 2 Erangels. Let's go. It's like 3 Sandhawks we're talking about.
I swear to God, if that happens, the tournament will be less than 4 hours.
Yep. Hashtag everyone go home early.
Hashtag everyone can sleep early. Still the same amount of map.
Yep, and maybe the players don't mind that. Or maybe they do, because yeah, Sanhao is always that iffy map, right? Very circle dependent. But we also talked about like the possibility of an early clash here. I'm keeping my eye on maybe Lost Learners now, but we have seen Lost Learners housed a couple of teams before, so no biggie there. Circle up north, and yeah, I guess like what you said, because it's a bigger map, so it's gonna be a chill-ish start.
Especially, despite Lost Learners feels like a bit crowded, but it's just a bit more distance than the eyes can actually see down there. If you scale it down and scale up to its exact amount of meters down there, it's just, Lost Learners can actually house around 4 or 5 teams with no problem, still can be shared at this point. But due to the circle just now, we might actually see a bit earlier for actions. Probably in stage number 2 or 3, where the players start to migrate and going for their checkpoints due to the circle up north. So there's so many teams dropping themselves in the southern side though.
Yeah, so a lot of travel for the teams on the south side, and I guess that will be really interesting to see which direction they will take, unless some of them wants to take that safe route of like, okay, we hug by the side and then we go up. That's absolutely okay. But of course, for us as viewers, we want something a little bit more hard and faster. So we're hoping for like if everyone goes in like the same direction from the south, then on the way we may see gunfire happen.
For now, that's not going to happen, sadly. Nobody happened to be clashing. I was hoping for... I assume maybe due to the screens previously, they kind of have a general idea who will drop where. But in the case of Roy, I can see a whole lot potential for them for this season. But we haven't seen Xavius play, so Xavius will be playing tomorrow. If you guys do have questions, like I saw a couple of viewers ask in the comment section previously, like where is Sem9, where is like FaZe Clan? They're not playing here today because it's going to be Group A versus Group C. Tomorrow will be B versus C, if I'm not mistaken. So keep your eye out for Group B. And today's going to be the advantage for Group B because they can actually study about regarding the rotations and also who will be the strongest firepower team for day number 1 as well.
Oh man, those questions, don't ask boring questions, ladies and gentlemen. Ask interesting questions, I give you an example. Where is Mega Conqueror? Where is YOODO Gang? Where is Orange Esports? You gotta ask where they are. Those are the... Wow, yeah, I want to know where they are too. You tell me.
Yeah, are you asking the players or are you asking the org here? I'm asking the org though. If it's me, I'm probably gonna ask the org.
Well, it has to start from the chat first, right? Don't ask the where is Sem9, straight up ask where's Mega Conqueror, where's Smart Toy.
Oh, we do know where's Smart Toy though.
Oh yeah, he joined Austria Esports, by the way.
I can't wait to see their PMCL. If you guys haven't got a clear, PMCL will start by around, I think the 20-ish around this month as well for the World Cup region.
Yep, it will be later this month, ladies and gentlemen. So there will be a little overlapping between PMSL and also PMCL. So in case you guys are fans of the PMCL as well, you might want to prepare a dual screen until at next month. Then by the time after PMSL is done, then you can switch over to PMCL and just focus on watching that only.
Yep. And for us, we need to focus on both. But that's going to be the fun part of it because we have so many interesting swaps. Even the coaching staff, the coaches in and out has been something so entertaining for us. Including, you mentioned before that, if I'm not mistaken, who was it again that adding into a new coach from Indonesia? Nandi. Yeah, it was TODAK. So TODAK even actually add in a coach. And like mentioned before, Xavier did help in the previous season, but now he's no more with TODAK. It just shows that TODAK do have different mindset compared to the previous season. It is more aggressiveness being shown here. Look at how TODAK just performed in day number 1. They are in the top.
Yeah, and if you guys have been following TODAK as an organization as a whole, they seem to have a new direction this year across their organization. So if you know sort of scenario, do let me know in the comment section what you think about it. But TODAK's new direction have been really interesting, and because it's new, right? So I guess all eyes onto TODAK to see whether things like this work out, whether in the sense of like they bring this level of diversity, lots of import talent into the organization. So far, if you ask me, it looks like they are doing better, at least as a start, as compared to last season.
That's kind of true. It kind of given them a bit... It just shows how open-minded they are by receiving a different set of mindset of all the other teams from the one that actually imported in. And also, I think for the side of the other teams, they're trying to integrate the same aspect of plays. But sometimes finding the right player when you're actually trying to import in and out outside of the region that they're playing, players like in Malaysia, Indonesia is the common one because of how they have the same, very similar language. That's kind of easy with the less language barrier compared to all the others. But I do want to see if they can actually implement with Thai players or even with Vietnam players for one to know.
Yeah, the last Thai player that was integrated into Malaysia that was Team Secret is Smart Toy, and that's pretty much about it. And then we also have like Thai players with some with a couple of Cambodian teams. I believe it was Austria Esports. They took in a Thai player, and also now they took in Matoy as well. So it's nice to see this level of diversity. If only, right? I'm just putting it out. If only we put Tony K. Oh wow, Okay, Tony K with Yummy, Tony K with Rosemary. Wow. Like for real, right? Like not a show match, like an actual you are together in it all.
I know, right? Yeah, that's gonna be one wholesome team. I mean, like that's gonna be a different level of team entirely. But the thing is, the language barrier. If they can actually work things out, and MORPH going towards Infinity Esports, he can actually learn Cambodia as well. I mean, like, that guy can learn 3 languages just by playing PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, that guy can even learn how to cook and also wash the dishes at the same time. He is such an amazing talent. That's what I can say. And I remember when we met him in the PMPL season 1 back in the day, when everyone was at the venue. That was so fun. He's like the funniest guy of them all.
He's so happy-go-lucky, by the way, MORPH. We all miss him though in the scene. He is such a valuable asset that even old players like the IQOO Athena lineup, like G2E, GE, Ernie, or those people, they bring a different sort of hype and different sort of liveliness in the scene. It's like how much I actually do. Oh wait, we do have a bit of early skirmish. Boom versus Alter Ego, like you want it to be.
Oh yeah, okay, and it was Rosemary eliminated. Sort of missed that scene, but okay, thanks to production who worked on the replay for all of us, and Alter Ego, they lost one of the key players. But so far, Alter Ego, they have been doing well without Rosemary. Like even though Rosemary is not on it, like there are other players who can pick up the pace.
It's not that Rosemary is not important if that happens. It shows that they have been stepping up their game. It means that Rosemary don't have to be too much responsibility that he have to burden by himself now. Everybody actually do pull off their own weight. And he doesn't feel bad. It feels so bad that you are the sole player that have to be relied by the entire team or the roster. And when you get eliminated, it feels like everything is all your fault if that happens. Now, that's sort of a relief for the side of Alter Ego when it comes to this season. And like you mentioned before, yes, in an interview they did mention about they sorted out the some sort of lack of chemistry or maybe communication in the last season that they have some issues about. They feel like everything being sorted out. So I want to see their best version of Alter Ego this season.
Yep, though it's only day 1. It's only day 1, so we got to see how consistent they can be for a team like this, right? Who almost became champions for the 3rd time in a row. But for MORPH, okay, the team that we are now sort of rooting just because now they are out of
Ace and KT are always the teams that want to fight but always caught themselves in a trap. And in the end of the day, they are the one who are being eliminated first and out of the equation of this map. Flippy and the rest of MORPH, on the other hand, trying to finish off the job. But will they commit into the blue zone just for the sake of the eliminations? No, not really. They're not that greedy, but they're greedy enough to gatekeep them from the inside.
Willing to tank out a little bit of the blue, but MORPH looks like they want to play with the circle advantage. They are moving in, and at the same time not letting go their opponent. Now, TALON, the team that's not happy the fact that Alter Ego overtook them. Now they were trying to overtake GEEK Fam.
GEEK Fam having a tough time here today, only across all the board. Average 2 points in the map. But we do have, like it or not, Mirama or not, DBS and shotgun's always going to be the best weapon these days. But we do have sort of a circle that favors on the northern side of Infinity Esports. But the circle today has been crazy enough. So we don't know will it hard shift or not. But NKT MORPH coming up from the northern side here. They take in so much blue. I'm not sure, but their first aid will last long enough for them to survive to get into the circle.
The good news is that stage 3 should still be alright, unless they bump into another team. That's going to be a whole different story. Speaking about bumping teams, PIGMY, Infinity in the same area. At least they are within the circle. So water treatment is going to be the home ground for now. We're going to hold on to this. Now, interesting is that we're at stage 3 and we're moving on to stage 4, but we still have all 16 teams intact.
Nobody willing to be the first one out, but a couple of players being finished off, and KT especially with heavy casualty on the side. Great VIP tried to take advantage of those high grounds, but the thing is, due to the vastness of a map, there's still a lot of space between them. And it's just so difficult for them to have a very close quarter combat. Everybody just keeping their distance out, but Red FaZe, he doesn't care.
Oh, Red FaZe being shot at. Gotta be careful. Leos will be eliminated by Misery. That is YOODO Alliance losing not only Leos but also Jimmy OP. Even Oleo and Ade look. Oh no, and they still don't have the circle. Try to cut across this land. Into the circle, Linux long range put pressure onto Ade look. And YOODO Alliance. Where can they go from here?
Well, they're definitely not going to go to a side of Talon. Going away is one of the options, yes, but Linux and the rest of Talon will not let them flee easily. They will try to surround them the other way around, taking the advantage and taking the high ground as well, knowing exactly how the terrain and the geography works here at the very same map they are playing, which is going to be Marama. Talon will try to just guide them, going into a walking trap, and YOODO Alliance, the moment they pulled over, that's going to be a tough one because Talon definitely pulling over as well and trying to shut them out.
Babe, Talon not want to let go. YOODO Alliance, look at this, surrounding YOODO Alliance at the high ground, and part of YOODO Alliance's area is that they are not in the circle, so they will force up and blue anyway.
But Vampire spot them out. Too tight on a leash will just constrict your own neck. That's going to be the fate of Talon, but hopefully they're going to be okay. Vampires are taking advantage as much as they can. Lucky enough for the side of YOODO Alliance. Well, Vampires actually buy them some time.
Oh, but now Bill is on his knees. Unless could VIP they win the fight against Damroot, they're not able to pick up Bill. But look at the circle now. PUBG Esports and Alter Ego next to each other, pretty much in the middle of the circle. Man, these two top teams, insane rotation by them. But for GEEK fam, Damroot has had enough. He will finish up that point and move on with life.
Oh, the rest of them also just gonna move on with their life. Same goes for the side of Team Flash. They're done with the blue zone. Everybody just don't like the blue zone, no matter how much the blue zone wants to be friend with them. But back to the side of Talon, they're not done with GEEK fam. The leash is not out yet. They're still pulling themselves towards the side of GEEK fam. But the thing is, it's not just two teams anymore. There's gonna be a new contender behind them somewhere, and it's gonna be, who is it? The pink color.
Oh. Okay, we will get a visual later on, but for now, what we're sure is that Damroot knocked down. GEEK fam has to fight back against a Talon with the high ground, and now Talon, they're circling around GEEK fam. All these teams on the outside of the circle while being monitored by the other team. But jumper from YOODO 02, I noticed that he got knocked down as well. Yoru, the star man, the new transfer for Talon, scattering information.
Calm down, don't praise him too much, he will die if you do that. You might actually jinx a player. But on the sort of Red FaZe, this guy is one of the most fearless guy in the tournament. He always go frantically going forward by himself, being the front line, but Talon, oh my, they really love GEEK fam too much.
Oh yeah, Talon wants to try to get as many points as possible because they want to overtake Alter Ego again. But I guess the priority is going to be the circle and the position, so they're going to let this one go for now. So after stage 4, we are still at 16 teams.
And Vampires, a lot of fans. A lot of fans out there. All they need to do is secure one chicken, but we do have GEEK fam running away from Phantom Fire, now going towards the side of Creep VIP, trying to loosen the leash against Talon, but they just walked themselves into different fire entirely.
To go native by Mika, to buy time for himself and also trying to knock down the members of Crit VIP. Newbies on the second floor. At the same time, Linux across. Newbies knocked down by Mika. And Crit VIP at this moment only has one active player left. Newbies, dropped by Mika. Iron pronated down. Crit VIP. After 4 stages, finally we see a team eliminated.
Crit VIP, despite they tried to defend, they didn't actually secure those defense. Not so clean there. But GEEK fam, on the other hand, finally make a bit of a breakthrough for today. But it's going to be more for the next contender. Hulk and the other player of MORPH is going against for them. For Roy, on the other hand, it's going to be versus TODAK with Boom being the third party from afar.
Here we go, Roy, as well as TODAK. Are they going to Langa here? But, oh, speaking about Langa, Kid knocked down Mr. Joe, and NKT became the second team to be eliminated from one of the top finishers in the previous round. Now, 0 points in Mirama.
Everybody, can you guys stop running? Just fight lah. So I just want to see fights. MORPH going in, GEEK fam running, but now Blue Zone is here. Like it or not, fight it. MORPH going in for the fight. Here comes the shotgun. Here comes the spray. Now down on the ground. Flippy coming in. Easy peasy with a Flippy.
Well, Flippy will save his other teammates at the same time, so they will all still be a full squad after this. So MORPH still maintains, but look at that position right now. MORPH kind of far away from the circle, and they will be sieged down by none other than TALON. TALON, don't do it! Don't do it!
There's no stopping Yuri and FaZe. These two are crazy people. I mean, like, this duo is just a deadly, crazy duo. Don't think too much. Just go for the actions. Their brain being left behind. It's all about their body movement. But on the side of MORPH, Flippy trying to revive on the side of Hulk. But MORPH, they need to finish things fast because here comes the nade. Didn't clear the right corner, but still clipped down anyhow.
Red FaZe knocking out Hawk just like that. And after they comes in with the DBS, and he managed to get it knocked down. Turns around, can Flippy become the hero for the second time around? But the answer is no! Because there is the one and only Red FaZe.
Need to save on Yoru, but next we do have TODAK versus Roy. With a bit of exchange of blood down to the place of last player, TODAK Lens. Can he pull the clutch now? He's the last remaining member for TODAK.
No, Roy. Noah! The moment he turned around. Surprise, surprise, surprise. In the face by Lynx to eliminate Noah. Just like that, leaving Valak and Tuss to face up against Lynx. Last member of TODAK with about 10% of health left, and now he's going to be all in onto him. Straightforward elimination by the members of Roy.
But it caused quite a damage to the side of Boom as well. TODAK Lens tried his best. This formidable player back to the side of Infinity. Can they make a change when it comes to the season? Going against YOODO. YOODO, another team that is still struggling in this tournament. But YOODO finally start to find himself some footing. Finish off Turney, if I'm not mistaken. That's going to be coming up from the side of Infinity, but they have to be extra careful. More than one team is surrounding them as well, because Boom might actually hover around. PIGMY is there. Out of nowhere, PIGMY pops.
Well, looks like PIGMY, they're on their way to eliminate the other members of YOODO. 0-2 without Fredo holding on the front line. Nade onto Fredo, but Fredo knocked out before the nade ever arrived. And now DMC comes in onto the Tiger. He has to pick up the Tiger. He tries to win the 1-2-1 fight, but DMC knocked out by Jumper. And now Jumper has Kid together with him. They're reviving the other teammates. Ajul on the left side. He is all alone though, but pick up his stay. He does have 5 nades set across the sill.
Help me! Chubranki is crying, but at the same time, YOODO in the same boat as he does, but they do have extra numbers of men. Achul is down on the... Oh! Achul is still alive! He's still standing! Wait, what? How? At the same time, YOODO is in misery because he's trying to find space and time. There's nothing there.
Oh, but Kid, a beautiful follow-up, and he shot through the hollow of the vehicle to take down Achul. But man, like what you said, that was still an amazing defense. But Achul almost getting it, except for the fact that he has only one last tick of health, and Kid had to follow up from there, taking him out together with his team. But speaking about out, Roy is the next team to be eliminated.
Now, this is going to be the first time in today's map where we don't have 4 out of top 5 Indonesian teams for our finale when it comes to the first Miramar of the day here. We do have a mix of everything, but now this time YOODO also being eliminated. This is yet YOODO's best performance and round for today.
Yeah, decent round for them. 7 eliminations in the process for YOODO. But now for Break, where he's gonna go. Olio's gonna toss another nade. A Break managed to reposition Junction. Joins in together with his steel, but it look. We'll make sure that Break is broken.
Comes Olio tossing out to a side of Team Secret. Seems like a perfect trajectory. But wait, where's the explosion? There's no explosion. Team Secret, so us coming up from the flank, off angle, perfect one. Here comes the rest of Team Secret. Vampire, Tonika, where is he? Why is he running? Here's the last player. No, not so much. But YOODO Alliance, we didn't see what is happening.
Nade by Tonika to eliminate the YOODO Alliance, but now so was Fires back onto Vampire Esports. Struts moving off down. Tony K's on the other side. Stone is on his feet as well. What Trunks in? Fired back by Alter Ego Alpha!
That was quite a fast snipes from Alpha, by the way. Very far indeed. Team Secret, we're down to only top 4. 2 Vietnam and to Indonesian. Indonesia still gonna dominate or not? Alter Ego and Boom have been fighting, but Boom do have a bit more percentage when it comes to chicken dinner with full squad living and still breathing. Frenzy shut down possibly by Alpha, but not so much. Alpha going so great with his long range shots.
Guess who is still up there? Alter Ego and Boom is still in this game. And now with Alter Ego, 5 eliminations dominated. Team Flash left with 1 player. Team Seeker eliminated. It's again the rivalry between Alter Ego and Boom Esports for sure.
This is the grand finals, guys. It's not the first day of summer. What is the first day of PMSL? This is the grand finals between Alter Ego and Boom, who will take the trophy away. But hey, still got Team Flash, the last player. Where is that one particular player of Team Flash? Where is he hiding?
Not on screen yet though. He's on the minimap. You can see him quite far away from Boom. Okay, there you go. Wang without a vehicle. And earlier it was like what? Stage 4, we had every team still alive. Like 16 teams still in this. Now at stage 6, 2 stages later, we're down to 3 teams. That is how crazy it is, right?
Because there's too many teams when it was stage 4. Everybody happened to be at the same compound. And it's an open space here that not much compounding covers for themselves. But instead of Kwang, he's spraying. Nobody can see him, but Boom is here to take it away. Kwang, say your prayers, brother.
Oh, that nade worked out because Kwang said his prayers. But it was still only a knock. So at most, it gave Alter Ego the possible advantage if they were to rush in. And we can see movement here by Alter Ego. They're trying to pin down Boom Esports, but looks like they are more interested to be prepared for stages 7 by taking the middle of the circle.
But at the same time, Boom managed to revive their teammate. That's going to be giving them a bit more advantage, and the percentage of winning this chicken be highly on the side of Boom with 4v3, but it's Alter Ego we're talking about. Alter Ego can do the impossible without Rosemary right now, but we've seen Hans for You before. Octa been performing as well. Down to Alva. This is the time to shine, Alva. Your time to shine.
Okay, here we go. Alter Ego by the edge of the circle right now. Looks like they're going to make that move and make the aggressive move maybe, but after all that action, Boom Esports, they have the man advantage against Alter Ego with 4v3. Alter Ego playing without Rosemary. Got eliminated fairly early this time. And Octa knocked down, but he should still have that space to be picked up.
Oh, but at the same time, we can see the nades being prepped out by the side of Boom. They're not wasting any more time. They're just going to go in for the rush. Alva, now he needs to shut down on 2 of them by himself. But the rush coming in, Alva being run down. Boom actually will score this high chance. But the last player hunts for You. Can he make it work? Can he clutch it by himself?
Oh man, Hans for You 1v3 with Yummy at the forefront. Yummy now taking a lot of damage and going in for the 1v1. He doesn't have DPS, but Yummy went down to Hans for You. And because of the distance, Hans for You has time to heal up.
Oh, it's going to be 1v3 and now to 1v2. All he needs to do is just replenish his resources, finish off Yummy May, but have to be careful. Frenzy is here. It's a bit too far. They're willingly giving their body one by one. Can he pull another one? Now Frenzy versus Hans for You.
Man, this is going to be huge, Choo-Choo. Hans for You 1v2. By the edge of the circle, he does not have much space to play with. The name will be sent across by Frenzy. It will not connect at all to Hans for You. Hans opens up a smoke onto the right side, tries to be a distraction to the members of Boom.
And Hans with the action clutches. Oh, we might actually do it. And here comes a nade coming up from Frenzy. He actually hears the pin being taken out by Frenzy with those nades. He dodged it away. He managed to negate the damage out. Hans trying to reposition himself towards the flank side, hoping no nades will clear him down, but still not much utilities for the side of Frenzy. Down to only 1 molly to just keep the pressure on Hans. But Hans, if he clutched this is the best clutch for the day.
Whole circle went to the middle. So no matter what, Hans for You is forced to move after this. So big opportunity for Boom Esports to just wrap things up. And the blue will force Hans to move anyway, unless Hans chooses to deny the point away.
But there's no more time here, Cloud. This is going to be the last stage with no circle. They do have the man advantage. This is where the man advantage is super important to secure the elimination, to secure the chicken. Boom, all they need to do is wait for the right time, because Hans, like it or not, he will be burned off by the blue first. It's about the patience game, not picking out, not overpicking, and play with the zone.
Well, looks like Zone will be the one to play with Hans for you now. It is closing. Hans for you is forced to move. He does still have the high ground. Changes to an M4. And he has a 4-time scope onto the left side, but on the right side there's Frenzy for him to deal with. Frenzy on the lower ground. Frenzy dances between him with the UMP. But now, Hans for you. Come on, wherever you are. Hans for you. Here we go.
Frenzy's like, no, I'm not gonna pick up, I'm not gonna give you freely, but at the same time, show so much respect! Oh, boom! They know the fact, if they mess things up, if they overpick towards Hans, they might dig in their own grave. That's a huge respect they're giving for Hans.
I gotta give it to BOOM Esports as well. Besides getting it together, they were so respectful of that one opponent. Hans for you. You know, as a team that has the numbers, they have the momentum and all that, they could just like, okay, let's send everybody in, crash in, and try to knock him down, try to run him over and all that. But no, they still had a lot of respect for Hans for you. Still playing it carefully, sending one fragger in front and one support behind. It made Hans for you felt like he was a whole army by himself.
They're just playing time, knowing the Blazer will close off for that side first, because if things got really wrong, there's a chance that actually Hans actually will scope those chicken button regardless. It's the same team for today. Again, double chicken for today for Boom. I think this is their second chicken. Yeah, the first team to score a double chicken. But look at the damage output coming out from Frenzy. This is his time and his highlight as well. Yummy May and the rest of the team like Pombe and Razy, everyone dish in those numbers towards the contribution of the scores.
Yeah, everyone has their own eliminations, so that's 14 eliminations in total for BOOM Esports. With the chicken dinner, it's going to be 24 points. And for sure, or very likely, they will overtake their opponents from Outer Eagle. Frenzy, the MVP this round, 7 eliminations, 202 damage received, 703 damage dished out for the number of eliminations. That is pretty much whoever he shoots, whoever he scores.
At the same time, when it comes to percentage of the damage distribution, his headshot a bit lower compared to his body shot with 53%. Mainly, it's going to be the body shot here, maybe due to the distance of the huge map when it comes to Miramar. But when it comes to the match recap, well, no surprise for us. It's going to be Boom versus AE. Definitely, they are the top contenders for this championship again. But YOODO too, this is going to be their best performance map.
Oh yeah, finally. 7 eliminations at number 7. This is definitely their best so far. And besides that, Team Black, welcome to the top 4 as well. But let's check out the best moments from this round.
And I love the recap just now when it comes to the map movement. Actually, Alter Ego and Boom just dropped themselves next to each other early on around the truck stop area, but by the end of the day, they're still gonna meet each other at the very last. But Boom, I think this is the most elimination for the day, if I'm not mistaken, Cloud.
It is. It is the highest elimination so far for a single round. Looking good as usual, and all 5 Indonesian teams are on page 1. Though there's a gap because of the improvement of YOODO O2 this time, managed to get 8 elimination points. But Team Flash as well up there with 7 points, and also Team Secret 7 points. The 2 Vietnamese teams. Vampire Esports also had improvement for them this time, 6 points. Now, is it enough for them to be on page number 1 in the overalls? We need to wait and see later on. But the fact is that our top 2 teams still stole away a lot of points.
Oh, I personally feel like it's not going to be enough due to how much the points are being gained by the team in the top 4, and especially Indonesian teams. Aside for PIGMY for this round, as well as I think MORPH is having it quite decent as well. But now we do have almost complete this set of the entirety of Indonesian teams for day number 1. Just one more to go. Now MORPH, you can do it. You can do it.
MORPH. Okay, we'll be waiting for that. We do have something special for you, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to our buddy behind the scenes, Egan. So we'll bring it up later when we come back to the caster seat. But for now, the other few teams that didn't really do well, MKT as well as Script VIP, unfortunately not able to gain any points this round. But this way all matters. The overall rankings, look at these 2 teams on top. They're in their own world now.
They're on different level entirely. This is a different tier of teams right now between Alter Ego and Boom. They are at their own race, at their own pace, compared with TALON and PIGMY. We did mention about the domination of Indonesian team, but if you look at the gap between the second and third place, it's just huge. And MORPH start to climb up back slowly, going up to 6th place. But when it comes to Boom and Alter Ego, I agree, they are otherworldly.
Oh yeah, and plus they do share the same color scheme, right? Just so happened. But let's see here. Vampire Esports, with a decent round, they rose up a little bit, but that is also because YOODO Alliance went down below them. But speaking about below, GEEK Fam, YOODO O2 as well as the Grid VIP, the 3 teams representing the Malaysian region down there. And of course, we gotta have Boom Esports and Alter Ego as any of our top stats.
I mean, and add in TALON as well. TALON just squeeze in at 3rd and 4th place. But the highlight and the spotlight is always on the Boom and Alter Ego, because it's going to be them taking over the domination and capitalize over all the stats, all the numbers. It's going to be them, because just you saw how aggressive they played. You saw how fast they were rotating. Despite Boom and Alter Ego were dropping next to each other, they just passed by earlier, and I don't think they even realized they're dropping next to each other. But the way they rotate into the circle, the timing of it is just so perfect. They studied so much and revised and improvised compared to the last season. This huge progress coming from both teams.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how that these 2 teams, they are so consistent, so good, but yet they don't really meet with each other. And that is also because they drop from different areas, and that's when you get into the circle, you don't really bump. So happens sometimes. But the Boom Esports also becomes the first team to gain 2 chicken dinners in a single day. Now, last Miramar, this is going to be the final mission for that one Indonesian team.
I mean, it's also okay because Boom, Alter Ego, and then back to Boom. I'm not surprised if Alter Ego alternating for the last chicken as well. But it will complete the satisfaction of the set of Indonesian teams if MORPH can score 1. They are the only Indonesian teams that are playing here today that not score any chicken yet.
You gotta make it sound dramatic, right? This is how we do. You know, always all this while, the producers control us in terms of our timing. This time we control the producer. So producer, bring up. You see? There you go. That's how you make it dramatic, right?
Yeah, and I think this new logo just not working for their own, the auspiciousness. But they need to revert it back. This is like a lot of mountains challenges. So it doesn't work right. I don't know, but it just MORPH is so different without BARUZ and YOODO.
Yeah, that's why I've been saying, right, when, man, and I did a content on that as well, and I was truly transparent about it. Like, the moment YOODO left MORPH, yeah, that was like, yeah, that sort of, yeah, moment. And look at now where TALON is having YOODO services, like he's up there together with the team. But of course, just for the sake of our narrative, we'd like to see more. But I also want to shout out to Higen, who is our producer for the day and also probably for the entire season. Thank you for
You're
the
the best,
awesomeness
bro.
for that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
but
the best, bro.
we're not buying him dinner, okay? Just putting out there.
Yes.
So,
We're just gonna praise you, but we're not gonna spend on you.
yeah, no.
But you know what? What MORPH is doing here. I don't want them to be in the same spot as Infinity, because that's what happened after Infinity let go of Mela. Right?
Yep. Mela and Nuzi.
Oh yes, exactly that. Oh my god. And they are leaving. They're letting go the best two player, BARUZ and YOODO as well. What were they thinking?
Well, money. Like, we're realistic, right? Like, okay, it's the real world. Like, you got money, and I want YOODO. Okay, you take it. I mean, we're talking about talent, alright? I'm pretty sure they do have the funds.
Well, they are talent for a reason. They got all the best players right now. I'm looking forward. This is going to be fun if Talon actually do secure those champion titles this season.
Then it will be the saying of, like, you bought the title. You bought the title. But the fact that they bought the YOODO, right? It's like, oh, so YOODO is the one that is buying them the title? Is that how I put it? Yeah, something like that.
It's all down to if you can actually mix and match the perfect players, then the title is yours. I think that's going to be a bit of a trade game for the orgs and the CEOs as well. It's going to be a fun, not competition between just the players, but how do you mix and match between for the orgs as well. But when it comes to the vampires, where are they? Tony K, is he coming back or not?
We haven't seen the best of Tony K just yet. In fact, we haven't seen the best of Vampire Esports as a whole. But let's check it out in the final match today.
Speaking of the last minute Rama, truck stop is going to be the addition. If you compare with the previous seasons, it's never been there before, but finally we have a name down certain spot. I wish we do have all the names at all the places that don't still have a name. Like example, the places where are just on the left side of Montenegro. Example, there's so many places without any name still. Hopefully that's going to be nameable in the future, including in the southern side of Los Angeles, around the very south of it. There's no name there as well. But speaking of which, we do have a northern circle before, and a lot of players drop in the southern side. Will it be sort of the same fate or a generous one?
Yeah, I do agree, right? Because the south side of, especially on the naming part, the south side of Los Angeles, that is quite a popular place for the players to jump there and loot, but yet it's not named. Even Oasis could use the name. Like, we call it Oasis, so might as well just write it in by now, right?
Yeah, they have Partona, the new place, but not many players go there.
Yeah.
That was that was supposed to be Los Higos back in the days.
Yeah, but it has parted ways with the name Los Eagles and called itself Partona now.
So what, we're waiting for part 2?
Yeah, now that I read it right, it's part ona, like part one.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the case. Maybe part 2 is the southern side of Los Leones. Yeah.
Yep. Part two tona,
Partona? I think that would be the same though. Part 2.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's actually makes sense. Part 2 and part 1 in the same place.
Whoever
Patina,
made the
then.
name is a genius.
How about 3 and 4? Maybe 3 and 4. But we do have very similar circle like the last one found.
Patina. I'll take Patina.
Patina and Partona?
Yeah, Patina, Partona. Sounds nice, right?
twins.
Yeah. So if ever PUBG Mobile puts in Patina, you know where it came from. And again, another new season, another new idea that we need to copyright so we get money out of it.
I personally don't think they will put Patina because unless it's then going to be a different map though, because it confuses the players, especially when they're giving the IGL giving out information and possibly directions or instructions. If he mispronounced Patina and Patina, then it's going to be a problem.
Well, then somebody has to work on their pronunciation, right? Patona, Patina, come on, it's very different. They can't even do that, you know. I have a lot of questions on what are you doing in the team?
Why are you IGL? Why are you IGL?
Why are you IGL, right? You can't even say the call-outs right. Come on.
That's kind of true. But speaking of which, we might actually have a very quiet start, just like how we did before. Unless Alter Ego are going to lose Rosemary once more. But I love the fact that despite... I mean, like, everybody loves Rosemary. He's a very nice player, very good guy even in real life. But the fact that Alter Ego is not heavily dependent on Rosemary in this season, despite his being eliminated early on, still they scored second place in the last one. It shows that it's just such a big relief for Rosemary, really.
Finding the formula to not be over-dependent on Rosemary, I absolutely agree with that. Like, that is the only thing that Alter Ego needed to do. It's like, if they can unlock that, like, how do we find a way to not be Rosemary Esports? We could. And I like what I'm seeing right now. But of course, Boom is also doing the same thing with not only Yummy Esports. So both of them found the same formula, right?
But I feel like Boom actually did the formula way early on than Alter Ego. That's how and that's why they won the last season. Because they had, you remember I think it was the last season, where they keep on rotating the players in and out. That was them trying to figure out how to not depending on one particular player too much and just exposing every single player to have the same sort of amount of experience in the game.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Even Yummy was rested for some of the rounds. And oh yeah, that reminds me of something, right? Remember back in the day, I believe it was like at least 2 seasons ago, Boom Esports is the team that comes up with the most substitutions of all, like every round. We don't see that at all now.
That's the reason. They actually figure out the formula, like the final formulation, how to make all the players so good at the very same level, playing at the same pace, on the same pitch. And that was during that time. They took the risk. They gambled it for one season. It feels like, oh, this team is crazy. What are they doing? They're doing some crazy things, keep on swapping the players with no objective, with no guidance whatsoever. But actually, they do have a target, and the target is actually for the long run. And now it just shows.
Yeah, I imagine it to be like the coach is like in a lab and he puts in sugar, spice, and everything nice. And now they are Boom Esports. Boom Esports.
Boom girls. Hey, wait, what?
Okay, maybe the ladies division soon.
Probably.
I don't know, but power Boom girls, Power Boom girls. Okay, I'll take that.
Boom girls. And that sounds so wrong though. I'm sorry.
No. We don't want to get cancelled, okay?
I'm sorry. I really unintentionally did that. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'll take the Power Boom Boys. Okay, Power Boom Boys. Let's go.
That sounds pretty good. Boom Boys. I love the double
Boom
B's.
Boys. Yeah, the BBs. Boom Boys.
The Boom Boys.
Yeah, it's like B. Oh, that can be their new theme song, you know.
Oh, there's another song. The boombox. It sounds like a boombox, you know.
Okay. How do you do a boombox?
Boom, 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 boom.
I was trying to beat you, but okay. I almost got it.
I was trying to sing a boombox song, but I forgot how the song goes. That's the only thing that I can come out of my mind. I'm sorry.
Fail. Next, we watch TODAK versus MORPH. Now, okay, MORPH is the team that we are looking at.
It would be fun to see YOODO, like how Lynx did against TALON before. Yuri actually wiped out the entire team of MORPH. Now that's a different story entirely.
That'll be so interesting though. That'll be so interesting. Okay, so MORPH is just next to TODAK, but I guess because it's like kind of like a hill slash valley-ish, like that bit of a gap between them. We don't see the big moves yet, so looks like we're gonna stick to like the entire stage 1. No single player is eliminated.
Yeah, in Malaysia we call it they 1-1 but they shy.
Yeah, just like my relationship.
You won! I didn't know!
Ooh! Hello, Rafi. But anyway.
No, not that way.
Oh, okay. I thought we talked about swapping, you know, live.
No, not that one. Please remove it from my. I cannot sleep tonight, but I keep thinking about it. It's so scary and it's a nightmare.
But hopefully it's not going to be a nightmare for MORPH now. Now they have TODAK wanting to be onto them, like actively moving towards them. But no big moves yet. But I think, you know, it's more of like, you know, if we get a knock, we go. If not, we don't. But here we go. Kid in the open.
Now this is gonna be Kid trying to prove himself. If he's actually as how they rumored to be high quality player, can Kid actually prove us wrong? Prove us right this time. But Achul, also a new player, rookie coming in for this season as well, pick up by PIGMY. Trying to, it's gonna be a rookie war between Kid and also Adi Boy versus PIGMY entire crews there.
Oh, well, Kids and Nate did not connect at all onto Jabrinki, and Jabrinki wants to move anyway behind this building. Jabrinki prepping up his own nade. Will he be able to concentrate on the Kid? But no Kid to push himself, but Jabrinki only needs step forward to knock down and eliminate Kid.
But they're not done yet, Jabranki. They need to flee at the same time. They don't know where the shot's coming out from afar. They need to take covers at the time being. But we do spot our Boom start to fight quite early on.
Oh, here we go against MORPH. Oh man, Boom, don't like that, don't like that. You know, we have a mission here, okay? But then again, they took out one member of MORPH, so MORPH is going to play the rest of the round with 3 players. Now, after all that action, we only have 2 players eliminated. But next is probably going to be Snipes from GEEK Fam.
Speaking of GEEK Fam, one bleeding out on his knees, and they're the only one. I mean, like, there's a lot of 15s and 17s. I love the fact that there's not much gap between the 10th place down to the 16th place. It's still within reach in the first day still. But look at how much scores by Alter Ego and Boom in day number 1. If you guys want to say this is just day 1, but look at how they perform in day number 1. They might actually finish off with a triple digit by end of today. If they can actually do that, there will be something else entirely. But Great VIP, MORPH, GEEK Fam, a lot of team fight engaging quite early on there.
Well, it's possible if they can come up with a big amount of eliminations. Right now, they're going to put focus onto this high ground and MORPH flipping in trouble. Flipping knocked down by Kwon. Team Flash is the one to take down the members of MORPH, including Zero in the process.
I didn't know Korn can be such a very dangerous object, by the way. But on the side of MORPH, it's going to be the last player standing. We're hoping for that chicken. We might actually jinx with our multiple predictions here, Cloud. But if Hawk can actually clutch this, it's going to be a miracle clutch.
Oh, last stick of health here. Like what you say we can do is going to be a miracle. But Gosu is coming in from the other side. Hawk has nowhere to go. And the incredible Hawk will no longer be incredible. And looks like we're not going to have MORPH CTI joining the rest of the Indonesians to score their chicken dinner in day 1.
A big score for Team Flash. That's going to be the Vietnam team start to chase the numbers up. They are in the 20s now, also in the top 8. But in the meantime, PIGMY going for those high grounds. Going to pick out to the side of YOODO 02. But we do have very similar circle. The last one we had close enough towards this circle, very similar, where we ended up right around the water treatment area as well.
Yeah, and a lot of teams in it already. First team that all the way on the outside circle back down with low ground time route. Will finish off a frenzy. Boom Esports losing his fire back and he got a knockdown, but then again he's being shot at from behind by another team. So both of them knocked.
Razy just hanging. Well, it's going to be the crawling of the walls between those two, hoping for their teammate to reach out in time. Both teams do have their support coming in. Yummy May got himself stuck for the buggies. It's a bit later, but lucky enough, the other side, Pombe already reached in. Mika cannot prove himself yet as GEEK fan being eliminated at 15th place. And that's only 1 point gain in this round.
Oh man, I mean, like what you said, maybe it's because he lapsed like one season, so kind of rusty there. And unfortunately, GEEK fam have to end the day with being at the number 16. Nothing much you can do about it for now.
Well, there's going to be a lot of revising to do for the side of Mika. Rusty or not, it doesn't have that much time. Week number 1, yes, day number 1, but it will impact it. It will actually affect the play so much by end of the Saturday and Sunday as well. We've seen that happen in last week, but back to a side of Alter Ego Linux. What the out? Rosemary clear shot. Ooh, one more bullet and it's done.
Oh, can go long range, and there you go. Rosemary from afar, knocked down, member of TALON, and with that, TALON is now operating on a handicap, and Alter Ego will be really happy if they can secure that point out of TALON.
TALON Yoru going in. A misery knocked down, but Alter Ego and TALON is just too close for comfort. Inside of Rosemary, look at how he opened up the flanks so wide, but Linux is aware. Got himself the AUG here. Comes a Nick flying over this side. Linux needs to take covers. Oh, up top. A bit, not what as he has planned before. But back towards side of Alter Ego, they keep trying to push TALON out of the way, making sure they cannot enter into the circle from this side of the angle.
So we go from the lower ground, and now Red FaZe. How is he going to navigate across this? Do have Alter Ego. This will be the fight that will be really interesting. Both teams will want to eliminate each other. But Alter Ego still holding this nicely with the high ground advantage against TALON. So I don't expect to see big fights yet between the two.
Speaking of big fight, we might actually do have some big fight against PIGMY, Roy, and YOODO. If Boom want to start to butt into this triple business of all the 3 teams up there, but it's going to be Water Tree. Manova got knocked down. Linux spot him out. He wasn't aware his back being watched by these guys, but Hans and Rosemary, is he still there? Linux, Red FaZe and Euro. Red FaZe on the vehicle. He's trying to heal himself back up, but Rosemary a bit later, still in the blue zone. I feels like everything in shambles for Alter Ego.
Here we go, Alter Ego. One of them knocked down, but Alpha should be able to be picked up. Still locked in between the two of them. But now we move over to Team Secret against NKT. The moment Trunks in the rush, he gets knocked out. So was behind the building, but from afar, another team shooting at them. The Shag is going to be messy right now with triple left. Nice jump shot to finish off another point for themselves. Team Secret out just like that.
Team Secret, they got quite a number of eliminations against MORPH early on, but for this round though, for this last map of Miram of the day, didn't score anything at all. But back to us NKT, the teams that always want to go for the rush and trying to go aggressive, but caught himself always in a trap, and they have to be in the same spot again. Alter Ego, they are fleeing, knowing the fact the blue zone will close anytime soon, and they don't want to go for the blue zone anymore. They had it before, they had enough. Here comes Alva rushing in.
Well, let's see. Uber had it up right now. Yoru is going to be the first one to fall towards Alpha. Alter Ego taking control of this area. The other members of TALON is on the other building. Alter Ego should have time to reset, reloot, and refocus.
And revise the plan. Apparently they're just going to go for the other way. They're not going to go against Linux. It's not worth their time investing too much for one particular player. Unless Linux really want to challenge them. Will they pull over? Probably. They are back here around the window. He got himself covered and cornered. And I think Linux is just regretting the fact he opens fire just now.
Well, yeah, I guess he just wanted to take his chances. But with that, he's eliminated. And now TALON has that one player to hold on for positioning points. But we still have 13 more teams to go. So for him to gain placement points is still going to take a while.
Speaking of taking a while for VIP to advance, knowing the fact that try to make sure there's nobody gatekeeping them on the other hand. But there must be somebody on those high grounds compounds. You know that for a fact. There's always somebody watching, despite you can't actually scope in and out trying to find them. But Infinity is nearby, so they are crossing the street, newbie. You don't want to stand there too long because it's quite open space. But YOODO Alliance. Now, this is going to be the best Malaysian teams last season, but what happened to them?
Very, very different sort of performance this time around. Joining, unfortunately, the other compatriots, Crit VIP and also YOODO too, and keep them down there. TODAK this season, so far so good for them. They are now in the top 5. But speaking about Crit VIP, one of the players are knocked down, and one is in bad shape as well. Of Alter Ego, looks like they have a talent. Oh, they found where Red Face is at.
I have to apologize. There's some people playing fireworks around my place here.
Oh.
I have no control over them. So
I
if
thought
you
that was
hear
part
some...
of the game, you know.
No, that's not really. That's actually my place, bro. I'm so sorry.
It's like, who's shooting? Everyone's calm down. Everyone's proning. Oh, okay.
Nobody being knocked down by her shooting, but it's gonna be okay. They're done, hopefully. But back to his Alter Ego, they are like zombies. They will not leave anybody behind. They're going for more. But PIGMY sharing place with Red Face. This is gonna be
PIGMY, Alter Ego, and a Red Face on one side. And Red Face! He still got it! Oh, okay. He gets billboard, but IQOO. Luckily, nothing came in from the other side. But still, he managed to get 2 out of 50.
surprise, motherfucker! But here comes another one. Yachoo! He's prepared for this fight, but will it be? No, he got 2! He got 2 in the rush! Achoo from PIGMY! Oh, where are the rest of his team? He's taking this alone by himself.
Oh, here we go. Joe Frankie defending his ground. All alone, and he managed to eliminate Alter Ego just like that. That happened so fast. But he got some help from Tiger X from the Infinity as well. So now, the door is open for PMSL Esports to take the number 1.
It's definitely them already taking over number 1 here. If they just keep it alive for a tiny bit, and definitely will push down Alter Ego. But next, we do have him, guys. I mean, don't fret for the viewers. TODAK is trying to fight back, but NKT, will they stay alive? Because Team Flash are finding Crit VIP at the same time. YOODO Alliance trying to bombard down the rest of TODAK while they're trying to revive their teammate. They got a couple of nades right at the perfect spot.
Looking for more nades to follow up, but Leon is out of the nades. Fredo, we take it off by Yami, and they bought out as well. So number 11 for YOODO 02, only managed to collect 1 point this time. While PMSL Esports, on the other hand, is dominating. 6 eliminations so far, but they're only left with 2 players.
2 players just trying to stay alive right now, running away from all the fires against them. But YOODO Alliance is just being clustered as heck in the center. TODAK Gifter a bit too focused on spraying what's in front. He needs to leave because the blue zone is burning him off quite alive, down to only 10% of HP left. Going to continue what he left before. Going for the sprays. Here you go, Iftar, but that's quite a risk. Downwards, below to upward. It's not the best angle to shoot for Iftar.
Oh, Crit VIP eliminated number 10 with 2 elimination points. That will root them down at number 12, and as YOODO Alliance can overtake them. They are pretty close right now between 2 teams to get the points, but are they? Look out! Iftar take it out as well. That's the final member of TODAK eliminated at number 9, opening up the space for the Infinity, NKT, and Team Flash to potentially overtake TODAK.
But for TODAK, they're doing pretty decent for day number 1. But for Shadow Alter Ego and Boom, they're a different level entirely. Look at the scores. Can Boom finish off with a bang for the last match of the day with Triple F and KT trying to challenge on Infinity? Now, this is going to be the Infinity that we're not used to know back in the days. It's a different Infinity entirely. But will they come back? The moment we try to hope for their comeback, YOODO Alliance just shut them down.
Here we go. YOODO Alliance still in the game. Team Flash. Also on the outside of the circle, they are 50-50 now between YOODO Alliance as well as the Team Flash. Nate sent across, but Batman says that nope, I'm done with this. Going back to his teammates and probably going to take a northern rotation into the circle.
It's quite an open space for YOODO Alliance. Team Flash at least have got some covers due to the uneven terrain right across them. But YOODO Alliance, there's nothing. It's barren land. There's nothing to cover. Not even one single tree. But at least they got NKT, which in a worse position than they are right now. And they're being eliminated at 8th place. Now we're down to 7 teams. But 2 Indonesian teams still up there. Boom and PIGMY will try to score the chicken. While YOODO Alliance trying to make a last-minute comeback for day number 1 there.
Oh, but look at this, Choo. How are they going to get across? No vehicles, have to get an open space, and the Infinity looking at them. The only way is probably that Adilu to play the support role to try to provide cover fire while the other two members run across. That is the best way for YOODO Alliance now. You have to do it fast.
It'll be fast enough though. They do have only less than 2 minutes away for next stage, but they have to cross the street. They have to climb up. There's so many work to do for YOODO Alliance. Feels impossible at this stage.
Yeah, but at least the cover fire for Adilu helped Leon's as well as Leo to get across. So you still got somebody in the circle. Not that bad. But it's bad for Yummy. The fact that he got eliminated by Gosu. But anyway, PUBG Esports with the 6 eliminations, they'll have a very happy supper.
And not just that, they might actually get themselves in the 80s with their placement points as well. So, not surprised they will ended up in first place. But tomorrow is going to be a different race between Alter Ego and Boom, as well as TALON possibly. But PIGMY, can they play the catch-up game to close the gap between them and TALON for this last map with one player left? Can Achol revive Jabranki? He built up the bridge of smoke. Nobody actually keep an eye on him. It's the best time for him to actually go and flee. But Vampires do have the advantage over the vintage point. And will this be finally the comeback of Vampires? They might score the chicken.
Ooh, looking good at least. 3 players still alive. And now with this high ground against the start, Achol has nowhere to go. And Schwabs will make sure that they secure that point. PIGMY eliminated at number 6 with 3 eliminations. And now we're in the top 5. And Vampire Esports is already dominating.
But Team Flash, look at the numbers of elimination, 10 eliminations, and we don't have that much spotlight on them yet. The camera is not onto a side of Team Flash. They have been trying to tap it from the sidelines. It's just how great Team Flash taking advantage when it comes to the final map of the day. We're down to only top 5 teams, but Team Flash already scored a chicken just by the eliminations.
Oh yeah, look at this. 10 eliminations and we still have a full squad. So, are they on the roll? Are they going to be the one to break the Indonesian streaks? In fact, the streak has been broken. It's just a matter of which team will score that one and only non-Indonesian skin dinner today.
Oh, there's no Indonesian teams left. There's going to be the last ending, and the Indonesian teams are giving opportunity for the others. All the other flags to wave in the very last. Just to say this is the PMSL Southeast Asia and not PMSL IT, by the way. Now we do have 2 Thai teams and 2 Vietnam, which are going to be Infinity, Team Flash, VPE and Roy. And last team of Malaysia, which could be YOODO Alliance. But when it comes to numbers, they do have the least amount of players inside of YOODO Alliance.
Tony K still with the high ground, but they don't have a full squad still. And now look at the circle. They have to move a little bit in front, but I think they still have the space to play with, so they're not too worried about the circle for now. The team that is a little bit more worried about the circle definitely is going to be Roy. And now they're forced to move with Tony K. Prepared for the Jiminy will go down to Tony K. And he will definitely be eliminated. 2 left for the side of Roy that they managed to get into the circle.
2 left. Half of them down just to migrate and reposition himself where at the foot of the mountain of Vampires Infinity stands. It caused them quite deadly just to go there in the first place. But the other teams coming up from the backside of the mountain, if Vampires tunnel down their vision towards just Roy, they will be facing a lot of trouble because they'll be backstabbed by all the teams that start firing onto them right now.
No! Tony K was securing another elimination point out of Balak this time. 7 eliminations down from Vampire Esports. Noah goes down to Batman for Team Flash. And thus will be the one to be taken out by Team Flash as well. Now Team Flash, 12 eliminations. We're down to the top 4 teams.
Team Flash have the numbers on their side. They do feel like more favorable to score those chicken. But at the same time, Vampires do have those elevations. And the numbers when it comes to 3v4 is doable for Infinity and Vampires as well. YOODO Alliance being cornered left, right and center. All they need to do is just keep flushing them out. But the thing is, the Blazers start to close. Tiger Axe cannot waste too much time. Infinity don't want to be in the same boat where they will dig their own grave just to shut down on YOODO Alliance.
Leo now holding his ground. They do not circle. They need to move a little bit further forward. While the Infinity is the unwanted neighbors at this point with 3 players. Locking out each other right now. YOODO Alliance They're only 2 active players, so the Infinity, they do have the numbers against them, but time is neither on their side. 30 more seconds and we see the zone start to close.
Infinity, they need to wrap things up. Just leave it. It's not worth it because they might actually got themselves the shot of chicken dinner. If they keep lurking around this area just to shut down YOODO lines, yes, it scores 2 points for them, but they actually will have trouble to be in the center if they're a bit later, because look at how the division between Team Flash, they're split into 2 formation just to conquer the northern side of the circle. But the problem for Team Flash, they have a bit of a lower and mid ground, not the highest ground there is.
But let's see which ground will still be held down by the teams. Now we're at stage 8, moving on to stage 9, and that's where the circle will close entirely. Stage 8 for teams. This is how crazy the season PMSL is. And the name from Gosu, almost onto the face of Tony K. Team Flash below Vampire Esports. Now it's a matter of also how Vampire will manage this despite having this high ground advantage.
Gosu, keep the tap onto the side of Vampires, hoping he will connect somehow, but they dodge it in a very graceful manner for the side of Vampires. You cannot pin them easily in this angle. From down below upwards, just the most difficult shots angle, and just hoping it will connect. But now it might be it, but just a tiny bit. But the one that actually burning down and just going down is going to be Team Flash. A bit of trading. Batman, that spray was actually golden.
Well, beautiful spray there. This could be the opening, but because of Vampire Esports, 2 of them clear the knockdown, so they don't have the opportunity to really rush in yet. Traps will still go in. Batman is still holding the front line. Sending Nathan straight onto Swamp! And then a Swamp! Take out the game. And Batman is the one to eliminate Swamp's beautiful pinpointing.
That was just incredible, despite they got those high elevations, but did not put it to best work because they were too focused on one particular angle. But Team Flash, can they finish off, or will they have to bow down with 14 elimination? Can they finish with a 17 as the most highest elimination, or will they be shut down by Infinity? And that it is!
Infinity is the team to break the streak of the eliminations. And at least the team that broke the streak is a team from the home ground. Welcome to Infinity to PMSL.
A bit of a relief from the side of the Thai teams. Finally scored one for their home country buff. Oh, it's just a tough day for the Thai teams, and finally having a breakthrough. And not just that, 2 teams, both of the one is the Vietnam team, which gonna be Team Flash, finally rising up the occasion in the very last minute. But I'm not sure if they managed to secure as the most elimination of the day.
Oh, let's see here, right? So, doing the math right now. 5, 3, 8, 9, 12. So, not really the most eliminations in the day. We have seen 14 before this from WOIN Esports. So, that is currently the number to beat. But the Infinity, man, the team to break the streak. And let's not forget, the Infinity have been struggling for multiple seasons now. And it's a nice sight to see the Infinity scoring the chicken dinner in day number 1.
This might actually work. The whole revamp lineup when it comes to the side of Infinity will actually work with Tiger X coming in, even though he's being loaned from Hill Esports. And there's also Touch from Bacon Time. And also, even though they don't have Lobby X, it feels like it might actually still work for the Infinity. But when it comes to damage output wise, well, it's quite a high number for the headshot coming up from Gottunny. He always survived the longest for Gottunny. If you notice in the entire day, even the last few seasons, he knows so well to sustain himself by himself just for the placement points.
Yeah, one of the members of the golden era of the Infinity that's still with the team. And I'm glad to see him still up here, able to perform as the MVP. Now, when it comes to the match recap, take a screenshot of this, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the first time you don't see an elimination team in the top 4 one of the teams to be up here in the match recap. We have the Infinity, Team Flash, Vampire Esports, and YOODO Alliance for the second time today.
This is the first time with no Indonesian teams. We have different flags. That's a good sign because we actually do have 4 regions competing in this season. But before we getting into about the numbers and data, we're just gonna replay the highlight to relive the moment for the last map of the day.
Well, here we go. 12 eliminations and the chicken dinner for the Infinity. The team that broke the Indonesian streak. 22 points collected in total. Other than that, Team Flash is up there as well with 20 points. And welcome Vampire Esports, the most points collected by themselves in this round. In a single round, it is this round with 12 points. So 3 teams with a double digit up there. And for the Indonesian teams, the closest one or the highest one is Boom Esports with 7 points, and we got PIGMY with 5.
And speaking of which, 14 is also the golden number for today. That's going to be the most eliminations by Team Flash, Boom, as well as Alter Ego. All of them scored 14 the most. For today, we haven't got anything more than 14. It was actually a good opportunity for Team Flash if they can actually secure 17 if they finish off Infinity, but Infinity, due to the home ground and the pride that they're playing on their home ground as well, they need to secure the last chicken dinner. But when it comes to the second page, Cloud, Team Secret, MORPH, we were hoping for the chicken, but they ended up with the egg of the chicken, not the chicken itself.
Yeah, a lot of chickens up there, and somebody has to lay an egg, right? And yeah, he has to be MORPH, unfortunately, but you know, in general, it has been an okay day for MORPH. It's just the last round, but hey, that's a big bonus if that happened anyway. But other than that, Team Secret, unfortunately, no points as well. YOODO, O2, also kind of like a struggling day for them, only managed to get 1 point. GEEK also struggled today, 1 point. TODAK actually isn't too bad. It's just that one last round, only 1 point. But other than that, they were fine. But here's the numbers, and Boom Esports is officially number 1.
Wait a minute. When it comes to the numbers, it feels like it's actually you're sharing that first place. You're sharing the throne. It doesn't feel like you're number 1. Yes, it's due to the second and the tiebreak and so on. But the 17-8 tomorrow is going to be a different race again.
Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna bring in a Group B, of course. So the numbers will definitely be kind of messed up, but yeah, it will be all fine after the first 3 days. So out of these teams, right, you can see that 4 teams from Indonesia, they're on page number 1. Boom Esports, Alter Ego, TALON, as well as PIGMY, they're all up there. But for MORPH, I thought that they would at least be able to maintain page 1, but I guess because of the 0 point round, they got pushed down to page 2.
Infinity, with that one round, managed to push quite far ahead at 4th place as well. But the one that actually having the least progress is going to be Team GEEK Fam down there. Across all the maps here, 6 maps, they only get an average of 2.1, possibly 2.2 points per map. While YOODO Lions are supposedly the best teams from Malaysia still struggles to get themselves their footing in this season. MORPH is the only Indonesian team on the second page throughout the entire day.
Yeah, MORPH number 10, but 23 points, not too bad I must say for day number 1 for them. Hopefully they'll be able to catch up or at least maintain their pace on the following day that they'll be playing in order not to be relegated into the Saturday show and they can qualify directly onto the Super Sunday. But for YOODO 02 and a great with VIP, remember last season it was quite a struggle for them. This season, day 1 it seems to be pretty much the same story.
Hopefully it's not the same ending. The start of the story and the epilogue might be similar somewhat to last season, but it's all about how you finish, not how you started when it comes to the teams as well as our life, by the way, guys. It's going to be a deep message just for you guys out there. But speaking of which, I think we do have another interview later on. But so far, I feel like this is the most powerful start by these players and Boom as well.
And dominated by Alter Ego. Hunt for you with the highest average eliminations at 3.5. Rosemary with the average damage, highest average damage 613, and Octa highest average assist 1.7. And obviously they're all different players from Alter Ego, so they make up an amazing combination together to bring Alter Ego up there.
I'm not surprised for this, but I was expecting it's going to be 1 or 2 Boom play, but we're going to head into the interview for now.
Welcome back, everyone. Now I'm with AE Hunt for you. Your team is a bit crowned champion last season. But today you come back with the top form. In your opinion, what makes your team better than last season?
Oke, buat Hunt for you, bisa dibilang kalian season kemarin itu hampir-hampir menjadi juara lah di season kemarin. Dan di season ini kalian tampil dengan performa sangat-sangat bagus di hari pertama. Menurut Hunt for you sendiri, apakah perbedaan kamu yang sekarang di season ini dan juga kamu yang di season kemarin?
Season kemarin kita sebenarnya udah galak, cuman season sekarang lebih galak lagi.
Okay, if we compare last season and this season, last season actually I think we already fierce enough, but then for this season we are more fierce, so we are more hungry to get a title back.
More hungry. Can you share with us about the moment at Game 5, Russell Cole? What happened with you and Boom?
Oke, bisa nggak cerita apa yang berlaku di match 5 di circle terakhir ketika AM menentang Boom?
Biasa sih itu persaingan papan atas.
I think that's a normal for the top table fight. So we are top team and I think it's normal.
Yes, you are top team. Okay, since you guys not playing tomorrow, any team that you might watching them?
Mumpung kalian besok nggak main, kamu ada nggak tim-tim yang bisa dibilang kamu mau nonton, mau melihat lah gameplay mereka?
Untuk spesifik gak ada, cuman kita pengen nonton semua tim Indonesia dan berharap semua lolos ke final lah.
To be honest, I don't really have a specific team to watch, but I'm definitely gonna watch the Indonesian team and expect them to perform really well so that they can qualify. All of them can qualify to the grand final.
At the last thing, any word to your fans?
Oke, yang terakhir ada nggak sedikit kata-kata buat fans-fans di luar sana?
Dukung kita terus sih, soalnya season ini bakal full senyum.
To fans out there, keep supporting us, keep praying for us. It's because of for this season, we all gonna keep smiling because we're gonna get a trophy.
Big thanks for today. Catch you tomorrow for more time together. And now, let's go back to Caster to catch up last thing.
We're gonna make you smile, he says. And that is Hans for you. We started off with the Todd earlier today.